From America's heartland, we say good morning. Actually, it's a great morning. There is no sporting venue like it in America. The massive Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There's also no day like this in American sports. For the first time in 3 years, around 325,000 fans set off this morning, bound for their spot at the Brickyard and the renewal of a Memorial Day American tradition, known simply as the greatest spectacle in racing. It's the 106th edition of the Indianapolis 500. And we welcome you to our pre-race coverage. Mike Tirico, thrilled to be back with Danica Patrick. Come on, we're walking the yard of bricks. Let's go. Danica ran this race 8 times, 6 top 10s. All right, so we have no pandemic. The crowds in 2020 were not here. Last year, about half full. This year, we're full of fans. It's the largest gathering in sports in America in 3 years. And it's like the Indy you grew up coming to as a kid.
It is, but let me tell you, my favorite moment of the whole month was when I drove in underneath the tunnel and saw this pagoda lit up in light blue, because Indianapolis Motor Speedway has its own energy, whether or not anyone's here. So what I'm glad is that all these fans, hello, all 350,000 of them here today are going to be able to experience the magic of this track.
And there's so many great stories going to happen on the track, and our team's ready to set the table for the day. And we start with the story of last year's winner who's going for his 5th. Here's Marty Snyder.
Yeah, Mike, who can forget the images of Spider-Man Helio Castroneves climbing the fence here at Indianapolis for a 4th time. Today, he is after this, the biggest single-day prize in the world of motorsports, the Borg Warner Trophy. Helio trying to put his face on this trophy for a record 5th time. And at 47, the Brazilian is as vibrant as ever. He told me earlier this week, I love how I have to get better if I want to win the Indy 500 every year. And not only do I feel better this year, I feel like our car might be a little bit better as well. So, Dave, Mike mentioned the drive for 5. It's very much alive for Helio Castroneves.
Marty, the front row at the Indy 500, it's more than just a pretty picture. It's a testament to speed and bravery, and nowhere was that more present than last weekend when this man, Scott Dixon, sat on the front row for the 7th time with a pole qualifying record, over 234 miles per hour, the fastest ever. Right, just a tick behind him, Alex Palou and Rinus VeeKay, youngsters who are superstars in the series, couldn't quite match the veteran. They will be the first 3 to see the Yard of Bricks for the first time under green. But will any of the 3 be the first to victory lane today? We'll see. For that call and everything else, James Hinchcliffe, Townsend Bell, and Lee Diffie.
Dave, as you know all too well, the entirety of the NTT IndyCar series across the season is 17 races. And we have many magical weekends. We have many special moments, many great days. But Townsend, this is the sport's big one. This is the day.
No question, this is the big one. The biggest crowd on the biggest day in racing at the greatest racetrack in the world. But I'll tell you what's big. Let's talk racetrack. These are big speeds right here, just over my shoulder, going into turn 1 in practice, 244 miles an hour. This was Friday in perfect conditions. Colton Herta into the fence, big time, upside down. Watch the onboard here. It goes away, and then inside the cockpit, sparks as Colton Herta luckily able to walk away. But, James, that was in perfect conditions. The wind's picking up now, and all the drivers chasing the biggest prize in racing.
And why is it the biggest, Townsend? It's because of the history. 1911, we had the first Indianapolis 500 right here. Today, we start the 106th. The greatest of the greats have raced here. The greatest of the greats have won here, and that is why all 33 drivers are going to be risking it all to put their name in the history books and their face on that Borg Warner Trophy.
You're going to hear the 3 of us talk a lot across the scope of the day about speed, skill, daring, danger, and the business end of it. But we've also got to have fun here today, right? And for that, we go to the Snake Pit with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Rutledge Wood. Take it away, Rut.
Oh, Lee, we would say hang on there, Jimmy Hinchcliffe. We have found the party. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and I are here at the Snake Pit, which, Dale, we're about 30,000 or so people strong over here.
It's incredible that simultaneously during the race, there's over 30,000 people here at the Snake Pit having their own party. It's a scene out here, man. This race, there's nothing like it.
Steve Aoki, Dead Mouse. This place is packed. We're going to have a lot of fun today, Mike.
Cannot wait. You guys enjoy, settle in over there. As you can see, the party's going, the cars are ready, the weather is warm and sunny, everything in place to see who will win the race that means so much.
Indy 500, one of the biggest races of the world.
It's unlike anything else I've ever done.
It's really intense.
And anytime you're at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's a good day.
Lap 1 going into turn 1 where you're almost 250 miles an hour.
Arriving at speeds like that side by side and trusting you can go 2 by 2 together.
You have to surprise people.
It's not about just nailing a lap. You have to nail 200 laps.
When it does go wrong, you don't really have too much time to think about it.
It's the only race that I'm actually nervous for.
I love the energy from the fans.
You pass for the lead, you can hear the people outside.
When somebody says the Indy 500, I think of it as something I want to win.
It's just one goal, to win the race.
It's my time to try to get a win. Put my name right there with my dad on the trophy.
I think my face needs to be on there.
That's the greatest trophy. It's the greatest milk, the greatest drink.
When you wake up that day, you know that someone's life is going to change.
I can win that. That would be the biggest thing in the world to me.
You know, it sounds cliche, but I always say it's a magical place.
You're watching Indy 500 pre-race coverage, brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. And by He Gets Us, someone who defended the poor. Learn more at HeGetsUs.com.
This is the greatest spectacle in racing. The fans are back. The soul is back at the Speedway. This is the Indianapolis 500.
Holden heard it. He moves inside of Scott Dixon.
Side by side, Renus VK goes to the lead.
The crowd comes to their feet. Connor Daly has taken the lead.
Get ready for the Here comes Elio Castroneves into fourth. He's looking for third.
Side by side, they go into turn number 3.
Listen to the crowd roar as Elio Castroneves chases his 4th win.
Get ready for me.
Yeah, wheel fell off.
They're cheering loudly. Alex Palou to the inside of Elio Castroneves.
5 to go. Know what to do here.
Elio to the high side in turn number 1.
Welcome to the 4-time club, Elio Castroneves.
Last climb to fast, everyone. Come on, everyone. Woo!
I love Indianapolis.
What a scene last year. If there is one singular headline story this year, it is Elio Castroneves and his quest to become the first driver in the history of this race to win it 5 times. And last year, he made the sport's elite club a foursome of 4-time winners, joining A.J. Foyt, Rick Mears, and Al Unser Sr., who sadly passed away last December. Today, it's Elio's chance to stand alone, and now he's standing by with Kevin Lee.
Mike, we are in the driver bus light while all these fans have gathered to see their racing heroes today and a chance to see something we haven't had a chance to see since '93. Someone going for a 5th win, and it's this young man here, Elio Castroneves. Have you allowed yourself the chance to think about doing something that no one's done before here?
Well, certainly I dream, about it, but you gotta. There's a lot going on. Obviously, to think in the end, you gotta first think in the beginning, and that's what we're doing right now. We have a huge challenge ahead of us, but I do have an amazing group of guys from Meyer Shank Racing. Everyone is really excited, and so it's a long race. You got to be patient, but we got to be aggressive at the same time.
How do you get to the front from row 9?
Well, we just got to find the opportunities, and those opportunities is going to create situations that you can pass. Otherwise, if you don't do that, you got to go different plan. So you got to keep it going. It's a constantly changing. Because of you never know if there is a yellow or who's in front of you that is being a little bit aggressive. So those are the little details, believe it or not, that people sometimes don't see that, but we got to consider.
Good luck today. Mike, if he gets to the front and wins, it's a $400,000 bonus from Borg Warner for winning back-to-back 500s for Elio Castroneves.
And Kev, it's another piece of history. He'd be the 2nd driver to start 27th and win the 500. Only other time it happened 90 years ago. So that fence behind us, it's where Elio took the climb. Spider-Man enjoying the moment last year. Danica gets 4 wins, separated by 2 decades, and you've known Elio for a good part of that. It's amazing. He really hasn't changed much, has he?
No, and it was so exciting to be on the pagoda and to watch him climb right there. It was such a great view. But what you see is what you get with Elio, and I think that he talked about the dream. And I think you have to have that passion and that energy to be able to keep coming back. Like, some might just dream to do it once, but he's obviously dreaming to do it for a 5th time. So he's that guy. He's happy. He has an incredible personality, and I really feel that he has been such a great representative for the sport of IndyCar to be able to show everyone how amazing this is and bring him in here for the Indy 500 and maybe see his 5th time. Will he go over? Will he go over the fence?
Over the top? That's a good challenge. He loves a challenge, right? The beauty of Indy is it brings back its stars, and the 2 other living 4-time 500 winners are on hand today. Rick Mears, who was an early mentor to Castroneves. Mears won 4 times in 13 years, last in 1991. And how about 87-year-old A.J. Foyt, whose race team will have 3 cars in the field of 33 today. More on the drivers making up the 11 rows of 3 who will start from R3. We're going to call the race the great Lee Diffie and 2 Indy vets who have run 19 combined 500s, Townsend Bell and James Hinchcliffe. Diff?
And Mike, Kevin Lee opened up what you do at any of the Triple Crown races, and that is looking at the form guide of the competitors. So let's go right to the head of the field and talk about 41-year-old Kiwi Scott Dixon, who starts on the pole position. And Hinch, he's been with his team, Chip Ganassi Racing, for more than half of his life. So give the viewers at home a reason why they shouldn't be looking at him.
Carry the 2. There isn't one, Lee. There's no reason not to look at this guy to win. Let's look at Scott Dixon's statistics here at the Indy 500. 3 runner-up finishes, 5 pole positions, record-setting pace doing that. He's got the chance today to be the all-time lap leader here at the Indy 500, but he only, and I use air quotes when I say it, has 1 Indy 500 trophy. When he got that, he was a 1-time series champion. He's got 5 more of those, 6-time series champ. He wants nothing more than to get that 2nd Borg Warner.
And the question I get all the time, James, is why is Scott Dixon so good? Well, let's take a look at some telemetry data from qualifying. Thanks to Firestone, you can see Dixon's onboard camera during the 4-lap run, and on the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you can see the tire use data. This is the load that are going into all 4 tires on Dixon's car. And I think what's really impressive is how smooth Scott Dixon loads the steering wheel. Watch this into turn 3. He's just going to nurse this thing into the corner, ease in those loads. He is so easy on the tires. That makes the tires last longer, gives him a better chance to be stronger later in this race.
And Mike, when you see that footage, he is so smooth that there is no surprise that he posted the fastest pole speed ever to head the fastest qualifying field ever at the Indianapolis 500.
Can't wait for the speed, Diff, and guys, I wouldn't be surprised if Dixon's the one who ends up with the 3 symbols of victory at the 500. The winner's wreath, the bottle of milk, and that trophy, the unique Borg Warner trophy. Over 5 feet tall, it weighs 110 pounds, unique for bearing the likeness of the winners. The trophy's 85 years old and the source of plenty of stories. Here's one maybe you haven't heard before.
The Borg Warner Trophy is the most iconic trophy in all of sports, and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was looking for somebody to be the caretaker. So in 1953, there was an ad in the Indianapolis Star. Jack McKenzie, a college student who went to Butler University, he needed to pick up some extra money. He was going through the want ads, and wow, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway needs somebody to take care of the Borg Warner Trophy. This is my dream job as a college student. So the first year, Jack got paid $75. It stayed in his room at the fraternity house of Butler until one night he went on a date. He tucked the trophy away under his bed.
He was the custodian of it 24/7. Well, his fraternity brothers obviously knew he had it. When he got back home that night after his date, it was gone.
So Jack walks into his room. He reaches under his bed. Nothing. I mean, his heart starts pounding, he's sweating and nervous. I mean, he's panicked. Where is the Borg Warner trophy? Well, he hears everybody down the basement, so he's gonna go ask his buddies.
Finally found it at a party, and some of his fraternity brothers using the trophy as a big communal cup.
They're drinking beer out of the Borg Warner trophy, but more than mad, Jack was relieved. I found the trophy. So he goes, I gotta clean this up, and makes it respectable again, and says, I don't ever wanna see you guys drinking beer out of the Borg Warner trophy again. It stays locked in my room unless I say otherwise.
Lesson learned. It's under a bit better security these days, and if you don't believe that story, we got a little proof. There is a picture of a beverage inside the Borg Warner trophy. Maybe the winner can do that in a private moment, but it's not happening to the real deal. As we said, that security is much better these days. The question for today, will it be a new face or a familiar one? added to one of sport's great trophies. Our pre-race coverage continues in a moment. That music means big month of golf on the horizon. U.S. Women's Open next week, and in 3 weeks, the 122nd U.S. Open at the Country Club in Brookline, Mass. Father's Day weekend on NBC, USA, and Peacock. There's golf here in Indianapolis, 4 of the 18 holes of the Brickyard Crossing Golf Course inside the track. It's just a medium iron from where the drivers spend more time than they do on the track in the month of May. The bus lot. Our James Hinchcliffe has driven in this race 9 times. Let's just say it's a neighborhood he knows pretty well.
Welcome to the bus lot here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This place is the home away from home for all the drivers and team owners that are going to be competing this weekend. And it's also been known to be the home of a prank or two.
First day of practice Tuesday here at the Speedway. We heard that something happened to Connor Daly's hot tub. I came to investigate. This is what happened. These are little gel balls, hundreds of pounds of gel balls. We don't know how it happened. We don't know who did it, but we're gonna find out.
You still don't know who did the hot tub?
No. Do you know?
I can't say.
What do you mean you can't say? You're literally here as an investigative journalist.
Connor Daly's hot tub prank, right?
Yeah.
You know the things that that went in there?
Yes.
What are they called?
What are they?
Oh, you don't know.
Do they like expand or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
See, I was trying to catch him. I was trying to get him to say the name, exactly what they did, how they worked.
No,
Because I have a theory it was you.
Connor, has there been any developments on who may have been the culprit?
No, but it's probably you.
What?
There's your culprit.
Oh, like all guilty parties, they show up to the scene of the crime.
Why'd you do it, Scott?
What?
Connor's hot tub.
No, I didn't.
Why'd you do it?
I'm literally locked out of my bus right now.
Oh, actually?
Yeah, like I actually can't get back in.
I know for a fact that you've already taken a shot back at Joseph Newgarden. Is he a suspect?
Well, absolutely. I mean, look at his face. He's a dad now.
Yeah.
He's
Dads are known for pranks.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm putting it right out there. It could be Jimmy Johnson.
It's a breaking development.
Well, he's a dad.
It's always the ones you least suspect.
Exactly.
And while we did try our best to get to the bottom of Hot Tub Gate 2022, fact of the matter is, we may never know. And the truth is, as we stand here at the front of the grid, guys, we still don't know who the culprit is. But there's a reason that drivers are comfortable doing pranks, Townsend. Why don't you tell us about life in the bus lot?
You know, there's a smirk and the purple suit and the whole thing. It's suspicious. It is still super suspicious, but there is an air of seriousness to the bus lot, and that's consistency for the race drivers. When I raced here, I wanted the same routine every time. When you strap yourself into the race car, there's no halftime. There's no sideline you can run to if something goes wrong. I wanted my muffins from San Luis Obispo right there. I wanted my own bed, my own linens. I wanted consistency on race day.
You don't get that with us. Forget about that. How about this for a nice heartwarming story and a family angle? Will Power, who has won this race back in 2018, hadn't seen his comedian brother Damien in 3.5 years, and he surprised him in the bus lot. That could be the winning difference today for Team Penske's Will Power. What a beautiful story. All right, time to hear from the Indiana native, the man with the hot tub. Connor Daly is without Dylan Welsh. Dylan?
And still no culprit, as Hinch said, as to who bamboozled his hot tub, but all about the race car today. And let's talk about last year. The hometown kid led the most laps until that errant tire just kind of fell out of the sky on you. But to do that, to lead laps at Indianapolis, how special was that for you last year?
I mean, even just walking out right now, almost get emotional looking at everyone. It's just good to have everyone back here. The Speedway and Roger Penske and his group have done such a great job, and last year was such a great experience. But it also added a lot of knowledge to my memory bank, and so now I think we definitely know how to get there. And when we get there, I think we know what to do. So we have a clear mission in front of us today, and I do believe we have the car to do it. So I can't wait to get going. I mean, this is the most confident I've ever felt, and to have Bitnile here for their first Indy 500 across 3 of our cars, and to be a part of the Chevy camp is really awesome as well.
Mike, Connor Daly, the hometown hero from just up the road in Noblesville, rolls from 18th today. And Dylan, you know what he's feeling too. You're an Indiana guy as well, enjoying a special day at home. You can hear the emotion in his voice before he climbs in his car here. Danica, he's from Noblesville, 30 miles north of here.
He led the most laps last year in this race. He talked about the experience he got. What's interesting is when he went back and saw the video of him taking the lead, he heard the crowd root for the hometown guy and go nuts. He said he gave him chills and got him emotional. Now, you had a moment similar to that. Your first time here, when you took the lead, the videos are great of this place going nuts. I'm sure you get asked a bunch. Could you hear any of the crowd going wild when you were in the car?
Funny, I got asked that a lot. A lot of people said, could you hear the crowd when you took the lead at the end? And I was like, no, it's 700 plus horsepower and 300,000 people and 30 of my friends. No, but it just like, obviously, it's such a big deal here. There's so many people. The roars are triumphant. I go back and watch that video and get goosebumps. So sometimes when you don't win, there are still moments that are insanely memorable. But I got to tell you, when you're a local guy like Connor Daly or Ed Carpenter, it definitely boosts the crowd just a little for you.
Glad you mentioned Ed Carpenter. Starts on the inside of row 2. Same team, terrifically fast cars. Great chance to win this 500 and be a hometown hero. You can get involved in the Indy 500 action with the NBC Sports Predictor app. It's simple. Predict the outcome of today's race for a chance to win the $50,000 jackpot. Download and play for free. One of the 8 questions for your chance at $50,000. Which former Indy 500 winner will finish the highest today? Maybe that'll help you with an answer. We're over an hour until the green flag, but the party is well underway inside the track. We are bound for the Snake Pit with Rutt, Dale, and a whole mess of their friends as we continue live here on NBC. Throughout the Indy racing season, you can grab your mobile device and scan the QR code or the one right there on your screen. It's a chance to win $25,000 at HighVDeals.com. It's simple. Just scan that QR code, register to win, and we thank our friends at Hy-Vee. Beautiful day. Temperature will be in the upper 70s, and our aerial coverage here in Indianapolis is brought to you by Honda. As we get set for our broadcast, for the first time, the Indy 500 has a companion broadcast on a domestic Spanish language network. It airs today on Universo. Enjoy that. Roger Penske took over this IndyCar series and the Speedway a couple of years ago. And so this is 3rd year in charge, but the first with a full house to enjoy everything that has been upgraded. $30 million of improvements around the Speedway. And this guy, he found a pretty big wedding venue, or at least proposal venue. Earlier this morning outside the pagoda, a proposal. She gave him the green flag. I'm going to guess the wedding is held in a slightly smaller hall, but congratulations to them. There's also a graduation on the track this morning. Everything happens on 500 Sunday. It's a big place. How big? We'll tell you. Think of the number of fans. You can fit about 400,000 fans in field and stands and the whole deal. Well, if you take everybody who's at Roland Garros watching the French Open on NBC, Yankee Stadium, the Etihad where Man City won the Premier League, SoFi where we'll be for the start of the NFL season, at AT&T Stadium for the opener of Sunday Night Football with the Cowboys and the Bucks, all those folks together would fit in here with room to spare. And speaking of the Cowboys, Ezekiel Elliott, one of the many VIPs on hand to take in everything that there is to take in at the Indy 500. Now, we still have 20,000 people over in Turn 3, the Snake Pit. It's a place Art Dale Earnhardt Jr. discovered on his 2019 visit to the Brickyard.
If somebody's telling you, man, you're going to go to the Snake Pit, or there's a thing called the Snake Pit, I mean, your imagination is like, what could that be? I'm working with Rutt all day. When we walked up to the Snake Pit, it's just a sea of people. I look over and there's this balloon that's probably about 20 foot in the air, and it had a white cross on it as a red balloon. I said to Rutt, I said, hey, that's like a sign, hey man, if you need help, if you need medical attention, come this way. This is a pretty intense place if there needs to be a weather balloon in the air. This sort of lets everybody know, like, this is the way to help. This is where you go if you're in trouble. You know, the music's starting and the bass is shaking the whole place. You know, you ever been in a car when the bass is going and it tickles your nostril hairs? I mean, that's what was going on. They're looking at us, wondering what we're about to do. And you're getting a little nervous, like, what are they gonna do? They don't care about live television. Somebody might streak buck naked across the front of the screen. Anything could have happened.
One thing they told me we had to see before we left was the Snake Pit.
But the people around us were like happy we were there, you know, and they were enjoying their moment.
I can't believe how insane this party is. I partied hard, but I've never partied
this hard.
There's so much happening at that racetrack that I had no clue was going on all my life. And there's not another race that I know of that you can go to where you're going to witness something like the Snake Pit happening simultaneously. And so the Snake Pit's sort of its own experience.
Well, so does the Snake Pit. WWE Superstar Titus is here. What does the Grand Marshal of the Snake Pit do?
Oh, I mean, clearly I got to add to the energy that this crowd is getting ready to do. It's the 106th running of the Indy 500. I came here last year at 30%, but this is definitely not 30%. 100% participation both inside of the track and outside of here. I got to get these people going. I got to get these people going.
Man, this is unbelievable. We saw him here last year for the 500, so we know fan favorite, right? Hell in the Cell is coming up exclusively on Peacock next Sunday at 8 p.m. But Titus, if Junior and I wanted to try to be in the WWE, what do we need to have the swag like you and your fellow athletes do? What are we missing?
Oh, well, you definitely need character. You definitely need personality. Athletic ability is a must. But most in all, you need to be able to connect with the people and let people in. Smile as a good guy and be as menacing as possible as a bad guy. And if you're a good enough bad guy, you'll definitely turn into a good guy. And if you're a good enough good guy, you'll turn into a bad guy. So I think both of y'all have been villains at one point in your lives, and you definitely are good guys now.
All right. You know what you think? Can we try it? I think we can do it, right? Maybe we'll get it together. Raw is tomorrow night, 8/7 Central on USA. Who knows? Maybe we'll be there too. Mike?
Hell in the Cell next Sunday.
Neither one of you guys could ever be a bad guy. And you know what? Titus Ruttendale bouncing in the Snake Pit. You can check that off our bucket list of things you've seen in the Snake Pit once before. So that's the scene. A few might see a little bit of the race, but most of those people over there will not see anything in the race. So we've said it. You've come here as a kid. You ever been to the Snake Pit?
By the sounds of it, they won't even be able to hear the cars over there. Well, technically, here's the reason why I haven't been to the Snake Pit.
Okay.
So my dad used to come here in the 70s, and he would go and he'd set up scaffolding like 20 feet tall on the back of a truck with like wooden planks so that they could see the race, and he wasn't even the highest. And it was a crazy, crazy scene. And so then he meets my mom, and my mom wants to go to the Indy 500, and he goes, no, it's no place for ladies.
So that means you haven't been there. We can assign you there next year if you want to go over.
Only if you go.
Not dressed like this. We have to clean it up a little bit. When we come back, it is back to the cars and back to the stories, including one of the big stories of this weekend. Jimmy Johnson there with his family, one of the 5 drivers for Ganassi Racing, but getting so much attention because of his story through his great career and his chance to make history here today at the Indy 500. Back here in Indy, let's take you back to your childhood. Do you remember when you raced slot cars as a kid? Well, this is the grown-up version, the Spindy 500. You're the engine powering the cars around a mini Indy, and some of the drivers already had fun with it. Today, it's the fans' turn to get their chance to do it here at IMS. Speaking of turn, first turn for some rookies on this big stage. 9 have won the Indy 500 as a rookie, including Ray Haroun. His win in the first race in 1911 counts. You go on through the first international winners in there, Jules Gu of France, and 3 of this year's drivers. Juan Pablo Montoya's won twice, 4-time winner Helio Castroneves, and Alexander Rossi won the 100th Indy 500 in 2016. There have been few, if any, to wear the rookie title like Jimmy Johnson, who, as many of you know, won 7 NASCAR Cup Series titles, but makes his Indy 500 debut today, guided by a familiar voice from his great racing career, his spotter and father, Gary.
We've had a crazy road through racing, starting on motorcycles, off-road. We never even planned on racing a stock car, and then that all happened. It was like a dream come true, and now to be here, and this is my first Indy 500. So this is huge to me, and be part of it and be with Jimmy here this is absolutely amazing.
I can remember watching the Indy 500 on the couch with my dad and my grandfather. Kind of planted that seed in my mind that maybe I could race IndyCar someday.
The very first time I took him on mini bikes, we went clear to Ponca City, Oklahoma, and I don't know who was more nervous, his first national event, you know, him or me, and the gate dropped and he didn't even move. All the bikes left, and I knew then we had to go do those things, get ready for something as big as this.
This is and always will be the greatest spectacle in racing.
And then to be able to really look at this opportunity and think how we could work together again and have fun and kind of reminisce on these moments of my childhood. And you know, it's just really special, and that's what the Indy 500 is about. I think the thing that I'm getting better at and savoring so far is just taking a quick second to enjoy the moment. So 3 wide, coming around to salute the fans, knowing Dad's going to be up in turn 3, I'll certainly smile and enjoy that moment.
And he's been waving at me, so we've been waving back and forth, so that's pretty cool.
Because he would usually give me the hand signs when I was on the track on my dirt bike, and every time by it was this, for think. And,
that too, yeah.
Yeah, think and go. So I still feel that, think that. In some respects, when I go by where I know he's spotting, that's like deep in the back of my mind and pops up. The family environment I grew up in with my mom and dad, making racing so available for me and my brothers. We are a racing family through and through, and it's been quite a journey.
Racing is always all about family, and it continues to the next generation as well. As Jimmy's daughters are here as well, Lydia and Genevieve. And boy, when we talked Thursday, you said the nerves not really there, no pressure really there. We're an hour to green flag. Jimmy, are you still not nervous and don't feel the pressure?
I'm starting to build. It's hard not to have a build with this type of moment in front of me and 300 plus thousand fans in the stands. But just thankful for this opportunity. We look forward to it.
Well, your entourage today will be Darius Rucker, Andy Roddick, Brooklyn Decker, and some guy named Blake Shelton over there. So tell us about the program you've got going on with Blake and your helmet design.
Yeah, just so honored to represent the men and women that have served our country and paid the ultimate sacrifice for Memorial Day weekend. In my association with the American Legion, Blake and I both have family members that served, and we wanted to honor them and make a helmet in their honor.
And you had a big part in this design, didn't you, Blake?
Oh, I'm a helmet designing dude. I got to tell you right now, man. He didn't implement. My one idea was to put a mullet in the back of the helmet, just to flap in the wind. I thought would be cool, but Jimmy didn't want to go for it. That helped the aerodynamics, so we didn't do it.
So who's the good luck charm today, you or the girls?
He offered a sidecar for me. Just I don't want to be that much of a burden, but I like to feel like I know you love your daughters and they love you, but I feel like I'm the good luck charm.
Blake Shelton hanging out with Jimmy Johnson today. When I asked him Thursday if Jimmy felt like his chance to win this race was real, he said, "Oh yeah, we have a real shot to win today, Mike."
And Marty, the car showed it, especially in qualifying. Danica, one of your peers from the NASCAR days. Why do you think Jimmy's doing this?
You know, my dad watched qualifying with his dad on pit road, and he just said he is having so much fun. And so I think whether it's bikes, stock cars, open wheel cars, he just loves racing. And I think it's so cool with his dad spotting. It's such a family affair. And speaking of family affair, you know who just walked away that I said hi to? Chad Knaus. And now he's not his dad, but they have spent so many years together, so that's cool to see.
So many folks rooting for Jimmy, pulling for Jimmy, and here to support him. He's a 46-year-old rookie, one of 7 making their Indy debut. There's another rookie who has plenty of big-time racing experience, 36-year-old Romain Grosjean, the Formula One vet. He's standing by now with Kevin Lee.
Mike and the American fans have taken to Romain Grosjean. It's been quite a journey for you. What do you make of this first experience at the Indy 500?
I cried coming to the green room. It is big. It is really big, bigger than everything I was expecting. I'm glad to be here. I cried because of all the journey from the Bahrain accident, because my kids and my wife are here, and because they allow me to do that, which is a dream. So I've been enjoying those last 2 weeks, and hopefully today I do a good job.
Mike, it's a wonderful story. Grosjean starting from row 3 today.
It is such an interesting story with Grosjean, and of course we saw the dramatic moments with Grosjean. Those of you who've been following Formula One, you know about November in 2020, this horrific accident in the Bahrain Grand Prix, literally rising from the flames to escape with his life. He told our Marty Snyder recently that during his time in the hospital, overcoming those injuries, his mind was on making it to his first day of IndyCar testing so he could join Jimmy Johnson, the rest of the rookie class, and be a part of this Indianapolis 500. It's a little bit behind the scenes, some family, some of the celebrities who are here, but the drivers as they all assemble for driver intros, and what a moment it will be. We just experienced this walking out from the pagoda out here to the track. As you look to your left, you look to your right, all you see are people. No gathering this size, not just in American sports, but anywhere. The gates opened at 6 a.m. There have been some fans in those seats for the last 4.5 hours just waiting for the race, which doesn't happen without the drivers. We're going to be introduced to this crowd of over 300,000 right now. And here's Alan Bestwick.
Fans, let's welcome special guest superstar DJ Steve Aoki. And now, let's meet our pace car driver for the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. 9-time Indy 500 competitor, Sarah Fisher. And now the drivers for the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. Competing in his 4th Indy 500 from Sheffield, England, Stephen Wilson. Also from England, making his 6th Indy 500 start, it's Jack Harvey. And the first driver from his country competing in the Indy 500 from Denmark, Christian Lundgaard. He won his first of 2 Indy 500 championships as a rookie in 2000 and won again in 2015. From Colombia, Juan Pablo Montoya. In the middle, starting in his 3rd Indy 500 from Ontario, Canada, Dalton Kellett. This rookie won last year's Indy Lights Championship. It's Florida's Kyle Kirkwood. Last year's champion pursuing an unprecedented 5th Indianapolis 500 victory. It's the Spider-Man, Elio Castroneves. Winner of this year's Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg from Christchurch, New Zealand, Scott McLaughlin. And this year's GMR Grand Prix winner, back for his 4th Indy 500, Colton Herta. Now the 8th row, a rookie from Toronto, Canada. Welcome Devlin DiFrancesco. In the middle, he's completed 3,000 laps over 16 career Indy 500 starts, Marco Andretti. And the 2013 Indy Lights champion, he moved up 24 places to finish 7th last year, Sage Karam. Starting in his 15th consecutive Indianapolis 500, Graham Rahal. He took the checkered flag at the 100th Indy 500 in 2016 and finished 2nd in 2019, Alexander Rossi. And competing in his first Indy 500 from Cambridge, England, Callum Ilott. From Noblesville, Indiana, starting in his 9th Indianapolis 500, Connor Daly. He was the 2011 runner-up and Rookie of the Year, now starting his 12th Indy 500, J.R. Hildebrand. and 2016 NTT IndyCar Series champion and 2019 Indy 500 winner, Simon Pagenaud. In row 5, 2019 Rookie of the Year, starting his 4th Indy 500, Santino Ferrucci. Two-time NTT IndyCar Series champion from 2017 and 2019, Joseph Newgarden. And Indy Light sensation with 7 wins in 2021, making his Indy 500 debut, David Malukas. On to row number 4. He captured 4 Brickyard 400 championships here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and makes his Indy 500 debut today, Jimmy Johnson. In the middle, he swept the month of May in 2018, winning the Indy 500 and GMR Grand Prix. From Australia, Will Power. Two-time champion in 2017 and 2020 from Tokyo, Japan, Takuma Sato. Row 3, starting in his first Indy 500 from Geneva, Switzerland, Romain Grosjean. The NTT IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year from 2019 from Sweden, Felix Rosenqvist. The winner of this year's Indy Grand Prix of Alabama from Monterrey, Mexico, Pato O'Ward. To the second row, from Brazil, the 2013 champion, making his 21st Indy 500 start. It's TK Tony Kanaan. In the middle, back for his 4th Indy 500 from Sweden, Marcus Ericsson. He was the pole sitter and runner-up in 2018 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Ed Carpenter.
I'll take the girls here.
And now the front row. 2020 NTT IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year and winner of the 2021 GMR Grand Prix, Rinus VeeKay. Winner of the 2021 NTT IndyCar Series Championship and last year's Indy 500 runner-up from Barcelona, Spain, Alex Palou. And after a record fastest pole qualifying time of 234.046 miles per hour from Auckland, New Zealand, it's the Iceman, Scott Dixon. There they are, fans, the 33 drivers for the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race presented by Gamebridge.
And those final introductions, the 2 teammates who qualified 1-2 will start side by side. The 6-time IndyCar Series champ Scott Dixon and the reigning series champ Alex Palou. The teammates sat down with Arlie Diffie.
Scott, why hasn't this place been a little bit kinder to you when you have done pretty much everything right.
You know, this place owes me nothing. You know, it's a privilege to race here, and you know, for very few people that get to experience it in the world, you know, I'm one of the lucky, you know, less than 70 people that have ever had the opportunity to win here.
Scott Dixon from New Zealand, and he is the winner of the 92nd Indianapolis 500-mile race.
I don't know, man. I'll just keep trying to knock on that door, and hopefully one day it opens again. But, you know, the competition is very tough.
Alex, you gave us a thrilling finish last year. We could be talking about you being the 2021 winner. It was so close.
It was close, but it was still like a lot of miles far from winning it, and that's the difference. I'm still learning a lot. Obviously, I'm still feeling a lot more comfortable than I was last year, even when I finished. So I'm looking forward. Hopefully I know a bit more stuff. I'll keep knocking on the door as well. I know it's only my third time, but I'll knock harder.
You both have to go barreling into turn 1 on Sunday. Who's going to lead into turn 1?
Well, the pole sitter should lead going into turn 1.
I
you know,
agree with that.
Yeah. Hey, it's a long race. As long as we do it and we don't hit each other, that'll make Chip happy.
Let's get through the first turn, right? That's part of the story of the start 3 abreast here at Indy. Dixon is the betting favorite for the 3rd consecutive Indy 500. Danica, 6 series titles, 5th time on the pole. I think of being in Indianapolis, Peyton Manning, unmatched Hall of Fame career. But that 2nd Super Bowl, that was the one that you say, okay, now he's in that elite group as well. Can you make that parallel with Dixon?
100%. I'm so glad you said that, because that's how I feel about Scott, and that's how I feel about any champion like him or Peyton or any of them that have won in multiple decades and over a really big span of time, and he just stays at it. I want to sit down and interview him and ask him, like, what fuels you? Because he's been going at it and being so successful for so long. But I tell you what, if he wins here today, this will solidly put him 2nd most successful IndyCar driver of all time, between AJ Foyt and Mario Andretti. So that's not so bad.
That's crazy. If he does win this Indy 500, he'll have a 2nd Indy championship, and he'll tie Mario for the most IndyCar wins. Don't forget the driver on the outside of row 1, Rinus VeeKay, the Dutchman. We are expecting big things out of him, starting in that same spot for the 2nd straight year. Very confident he was on Friday. Well, his teammate, Scott's teammate, also looking for a 2nd Indy 500 win, Tony Kanaan. Last month, American Legion and Kanaan unveiled their special Indy 500 paint scheme. It's called Be the One. It's an effort to help veterans through their toughest times by creating an outlet for vets to be the one to ask, listen, and reach out for help. Learn more at www.betheone.org. When we come back, more from the 4-time champ, Castroneves, Elio chasing history for win 5 today at the 500.
This is, and always will be, the greatest spectacle in racing. Look at the crowd. They know history's on the line. Welcome to the 4-time club, Elio Castroneves.
If history happens today, there will be plenty of people to see it. More than 325,000 fans settling in on this gorgeous Memorial Day Sunday here in Indianapolis. Largest gathering in America since the pandemic. Everyone finding their place to watch the greatest spectacle in racing. And no doubt, smartphones are going to be out, pictures taken when the green flag drops in less than 45 minutes. And to do that, the honorary starter for today's race, standing by with Dalen Rutt. Guys?
So exciting, Mike. I mean, Miles Teller, star of Top Gun Maverick, is here with us. Hey, first off, thanks for being here, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's just it's one of the biggest sporting events in the world. So when they invited me and wanted me to start it, I was just very flattered. I'm excited.
So I got to ask you, I've waved the green flag in a few races. It's kind of nerve-wracking. I want to know if you've practiced it all first.
I got a little, I think, test. They just said, figure eights and commit and just, be brave with it.
That's great advice. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Go
and don't drop it.
Don't drop it.
That's the biggest thing.
I mean, man, to be in a movie like this, we know you've been in acting for a long time, but to see the reaction to a film like this, Memorial Day weekend, I know you spent a lot of time with people in the Navy. You learned a lot. What was training like? What was this experience for you to get so close to so many soldiers?
Well, it was really intense training. Tom kind of did a boot camp for us. We were flying for 4 months before we ever started filming. Graduated all the way up to the F-18s, and we were flying with the best fighter pilots in the world, and you're not going around there sightseeing. When you're filming Top Gun, you're going up there and you're ripping it, pulling 7.5 Gs, and it's it was intense, but the audience really gets to reap the benefits of it because there's no CGI. The cameras are in the cockpit, and we are grip and rip, man. It's an incredible film.
With all the things that you've had the opportunity to do in your life, coming to the Indy 500s, 300,000 plus here today. I mean, there's people everywhere you look. Have you seen anything like this before?
I've never seen anything like this before. I've been to some NASCAR races. I've done like the Kentucky Derby, the things that just feel like the pinnacle of these American sports we have. And to be at an event like this, it's a bucket list for me too.
Have a great time today, buddy. Thanks for being here. Miles Teller, Mike, you got to go see it. Top Gun Maverick right here.
We won't be alone when we do that, right? Everybody looking forward to that. Talking about the celebrities, you see that scene behind us on the grid and backstage as well. When you were back there as a driver, did you ever see the celebrities and say, "Ooh, that's a pretty special person"?
Oh yeah, and it's one of those opportunities where they're the one that actually wants to meet you, and you're like, you want to, but you need to focus. So yeah, that's the hobnob area back there.
When the drivers come out and they see the crowd, what are the emotions like for them? Because they're just waiting to get in the car and get this race finally underway.
It's tough to take it in completely because you really do have a job to do. But the nerves, I'm telling you, Mike, the nerves from basically where I'm talking about for driver intros all the way until they say drivers to your cars is the most nervous time. And then, of course, you walk out here and you've seen what you haven't seen in, well, now a few years, since 2019, with over 300,000 people here. And then you have the pageantry. It's Memorial Day weekend. You have taps, you have back home again in Indiana, and then when the national anthem plays and the jets fly over, it's like you can't avoid the emotion of it even as a driver.
All that coming up here in a couple of minutes. So all these fans have their favorites, and so do the odds makers. We mentioned earlier that Scott Dixon is the favorite in this race, right ahead of teammate Alex Palou. Now, tied for 6th on that list is Colton Herta. His odds got worse, but did get better as the days have gone on. But his chances may have got worse after Friday and Carb Day. Scary flip after hitting the wall in turn 1. The newly added technology of the aero screen in 2020 helping to protect the cockpit and in part leading to Herta being healthy enough to race today, and he's standing by now with Dylan Welch.
Yeah, Mike, certainly glad to have Colton in the field today after that frightening incident. Biggest difficulty he'll maybe face today is the fact that it's a backup car today, a car that hasn't been in oval trim all month long. The good news is it's the car that won on the road course here at Indianapolis just a couple weeks ago. But Colton, in a car that you haven't turned any oval laps in until you go down into turn 1 on lap 1, what will be the biggest challenge of your day?
I think knowing the aero balance, you always have small discrepancies between your front wing and your backup front wing, and vice versa with the rear wing. So that's probably going to be the biggest thing. But luckily, we're pretty far back, which isn't a great thing normally. But in this case, I think it is, because we will have a lot of cars in front of us that will really dictate the balance of the race car. We'll probably have understeer to start with, but amazing job by all my guys to get the car done and ready. It was a brand new everything: engine, gearbox, chassis, whole right side, a little bit of the left side. So props to them for getting it done for me today.
New car, but he'll keep his starting position. Dave, car 26, and Colton Herta rolls from 25th this afternoon.
Dylan in 10 tries. Joseph Newgarden has not won the Indy 500. He knows that it's something he can do to make number 11 special. What do you have to change?
I don't think anything. We know we can get to the end of this race and be in position to win it, and I think the thing for us is we get there, we've just got to be able to close the deal. We've done that a couple times where we've been in position and just couldn't close. Today we want to try and execute and get it done, but I feel so confident in the Fuel Rewards car, our Team Chevy. It's a big weekend for us. Shell announced that we're going 100% renewable fuels in 2023. Huge announcement for our series and where we're going in the future, and to have the Indy 500 back, full capacity here, there's nothing better than this race day.
I'm watching Joseph walk around, Mike. He's been loving this with his wife, Ashley, and they just love the atmosphere here. He'd like to win for the first time today with this huge crowd.
And Newgarden heard a couple of drivers who you talk to folks who know the sport and are around it all the time. Those are guys you would normally pick with a great chance to win and break their talent, team, all of that. But the Herta incident from Friday, Danica, we were sitting next to each other along with Dale Jr. on the Peacock pit box. It's a reminder of how big this place is and how you need to respect it at all times.
100%. If there's one thing that you have to remember with Indianapolis Motor Speedway is that there's no room for error here. The track is very flat, so you can't catch it. It's just things happen really quick, and you're going faster than just about anywhere that you go, over 230 miles an hour, so the accidents are even bigger. There is so much on the line here. Respect the track, and it will probably respect you back.
What about people who say, just hang in there to the last 50 laps?
Well, I think that that's a good theory only from the perspective that anything can happen. But I tell you what, the best advice I got was that you're never out of it. So you've got to keep your head in it for the whole time. But of course, you have to watch to the end because anything can happen here. Especially with the hotter temperatures and the breeze, as you can see, that has picked up. This could be a history-making day for Helio Castroneves, as we've been talking about throughout this day. The seemingly always caffeinated Brazilian today has the opportunity to become the first man to win 5 Indy 500s. You can't slow Helio down on or off the track.
You know, being 47, I just feel that it's just another number, right? I'm gonna keep it going as long as I feel I'm competitive, because I just don't want to be driving just to be driving. I want to be fighting for the win. We're on time?
No, we're late.
No worries. I can get you on time even if we're late.
My dad's a race car driver. He won the Indy 500 4 times, and he's a really fun dad.
It's okay. It's fashionable late, isn't it?
He's like non-stop. He's going, like the Energizing Bunny. Seriously, he has more energy than my daughter.
All right, have fun.
Woo! That's what we're talking about.
You know, a lot of people don't understand, but when you win the Indianapolis 500, the pace car is typically the tradition for the driver to keep it.
Right now, we are at the starting point, the first SUV in history.
Yes, people sometimes, is this a pace car? So what's wrong with it? I know it's an SUV, but I like it, you know? It's a character, it's a different one.
Helio Castroneves has won the Indianapolis 500.
Winning my first win in the 500 was special for many reasons. I remember my name changing from Helio Castroneves to Indy 500 champion. Winning the second time was absolutely mind-blowing.
He's done it! Helio Castroneves wins the 86 Indianapolis 500.
Back to back. I mean, come on, how cool is that, right? 7 years later, boom, 2009. This one's particularly is very special.
Helio Castroneves becomes a 3-time winner of the biggest race in the world. Helio Castroneves wins at Indy.
That was the beginning of a new life for me, a different life. Adriana was part of my life. Michaela was on the way. Basically, I started changing to becoming more balanced as a family man than just a guy focusing racing. I remember vividly last year, people like, hey, you're running out of time, maybe you're not gonna make it, and what do you think? And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing if I didn't have the passion.
Welcome to the 4-time club, Helio Castroneves!
I think I still got it, don't you think? It's not the end of it, it's the beginning, I tell you what.
After the race, Michaela told me, you're my hero. And yeah, that was very special. Misty eyes right now.
The race ceremony is about to begin here in Indianapolis. This is the unofficial start of summer, Memorial Day weekend, and a time for celebration for so many. And for some, it's very hard to reconcile after the tragedy in Uvalde, Texas, 1 week after what happened in Buffalo, and the raw emotions that so many around the country are feeling. It's something that we try to reconcile when we come here every year for the Indy 500, because this is a celebration of America and sports, but it also happens on Memorial Day weekend. While fun for so many and looking forward to a carefree couple of months of joy that is so much needed, a reminder of what Memorial Day truly means and truly stands for. It's a day to spend a moment and remember those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, defending our country, protecting its liberties, and giving us the chance to do all the things like this that we love so much. With that in mind, we watch the Memorial Day themed pre-race ceremonies. Again, here's Alan Bestwick.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, remove your hats for the presentation of colors, invocation, and a moment of homage as we salute those who gave their lives unselfishly to defend our freedom.
To deliver today's invocation, please welcome Indianapolis Archbishop Charles C. Thompson.
Let us pray. Almighty ever-living God, may our time together today be a joyous expression of the freedom that has been preserved for us by those who have given their lives in service of our country. With deeply grateful hearts, we commend them to you for all eternity. Giver of peace and healer of division, receive into the arms of your mercy all victims of recent tragedies in Texas, Buffalo, and California, and all communities touched by violence and hatred. Deliver us from every affliction. May this competition remind us of the zeal with which we strive to please you. Now we ask your protective care upon the drivers, their teams, the officials, and all the fans. May God receive this, our prayer. May God bless America.
Mark time! March! Forward! March! Mark time! March! Detail! Halt! Order! Arch! Right! Face! Stand by. Ready. Ready. Hey. Fuck. Ready. Hey. Fuck. Ready. Hey. Fuck. Ready. Reset. Up.
America the Beautiful, performed by season 21 winner of NBC's The Voice, Girl Named Tom.
The Indianapolis 500 is so much more than just a race.
We line up at 3 a.m., gates open at 7. For 20 years, we have camped in this same spot.
So much more than bricks and speed and milk. It's pageantry.
One of the things I've really missed is the parade. Families getting together with their kids, tradition.
Secret parking spots.
Bumper to bumper, long lines. When that green flag drops, it's worth it.
Wild outfits. memories to last forever. It is a way of life in all its forms. Today, after 2 years made smaller, the 500 is whole again. And it's time for a return to routines that had been put on hold, each with their own rituals.
But these are important things you need to understand because you're going to be amongst the largest crowd you've ever been to your entire life.
For creative commerce, when a yard becomes a parking lot.
I am 4 doors from turn 4. My grandparents parked cars, my parents parked cars, and now it's my responsibility to carry on that same tradition.
For old friends and close families, linked across generations.
The Kelly family's been coming to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway since 1941. It's a part of our DNA, and every year we make a shirt to commemorate last year's winning driver.
Welcome back to Indy!
For those loved and lost.
This is more than just a race to us. We have lost military members within our family. We started this tradition, bringing this banner to the Indy 500 on Memorial Day to honor those that have fallen. It is a somber moment where we all pause and remember those that have lost their lives. It's important for us that we all remember.
And on this day that we celebrate Indianapolis and family, and especially our military on this Memorial Day weekend, how about another great round of applause for the men and women of our United States military here at the Speedway, watching around the country and watching around the world. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. Gentlemen, remove your caps. For the performance of our national anthem, it is singer, songwriter, actor, and producer. Please welcome Mr. Jordan Fisher.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
No place like it, no day like it. Pre-race ceremonies will continue. He'll be with Lee Diffie on the other side of this break from Indy.
You might think it's just a park.
You might think it's just a field.
You might think it's just a racetrack.
It's got dirt and grass, foul poles.
2 end zones, 2 goalposts.
A start-finish line.
Like any other ball field.
Like any other gridiron.
Any other oval.
But if that's really what you think,
you just don't get it.
I mean, you really just don't get it.
There's only a few of them
across the world, different from all the rest.
Say the names.
And the spirits come to life.
Legends of the past.
Moments people remember forever.
It's not always just about what you accomplish.
It's really about where you do it.
All the other tracks are just tracks. This is Indy.
Wherever you're from,
you hear the words
Indy 500.
You know what people are talking about.
Everyone who's into sports at all grows up watching the race. It's tradition.
And everyone who's ever wanted to race a car dreams of racing here.
This is the day it becomes alive.
All those ghosts rise up out of those bricks.
And they lift every driver in the race. Believe me.
As an athlete, as a competitor,
you want to succeed
in the most famous places.
You want to make your mark. You want to become part of history.
And the very best will do whatever they have to get there first.
Drink all the milk.
Join all the legends.
Become a champion. Become part of the greatest spectacle in racing.
These walls.
This turf.
This track.
These are the greatest places in sports.
These are places that make sports matter.
These are places where legends are made.
Get the man.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Things don't get any bigger or better than this. A blue sky day, the backdrop on one of the world's most iconic sporting venues, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And this Indianapolis 500 telecast is presented by Firestone. This place is renowned for making heroes, and the 33-car field is fueled by passion and desire. The final ingredient is the fans, and they are back in the hundreds of thousands, and it sure feels good. Hi folks, welcome to the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, ready to go. You know, people come here for what it represents, the biggest single-day sporting crowd in the world, the greatest spectacle in racing. There are newcomers who are wowed, and there are regulars who come here for the familiarities and the traditions, like drinking the milk if you're the winner in Victory Lane. Do you think there's going to be somebody who knows how to drink the milk, or a first-timer?
I think we might see a first-timer, and if we do, I think it's Joseph Newgarden. Joseph Newgarden is the most talented driver in this field that has yet to win. He's a two-time IndyCar champion. Most importantly, he won the last oval race of this season, the only oval race of this season at Texas in spectacular fashion. But I think the biggest boost to his chances today, Joseph Newgarden drives for Team Penske. They've won this, the greatest spectacle in racing, 18 times. They stand alone among all IndyCar teams. So I think this American driver in the prime of his career is a good bet today.
Hinch, people are intrigued to know, in your first NBC Indy 500 broadcast, who's catching your eye?
Honestly, I love watching history be made, and there's a lot of possibilities out there, but there's two that I'm really keeping my eye on. The obvious one, Helio Castroneves being the first driver ever to win 5 Indianapolis 500s, but there's another cool one out here, guys. If Jimmy Johnson drinks the milk at the end of this, he'll be only the 3rd driver in history to win both the Daytona 500 and the Indianapolis 500, but behind AJ Foyt and Mario Andretti. So, like I said, I'm a sports fan. I want to see history be made today, one way or another.
All right, before we get things going, let's go to the guys on the ground. We kick it off with Dylan Welsh. Dylan?
And Lee, last year, Helio Castroneves joined Rick Mears, Al Unser, and AJ Foyt as 4-time Indianapolis 500 winners. On the line this year, an unprecedented 5th 500 victory. He said to me last week, the last thing that takes the win away is if I'm not confident in the car. Good news, he's confident again this year, and he should be. It's the same exact car he drove into victory lane here last year. He's got work to do starting 27th, but you can never count out Spider-Man at Indy. Kevin Lee.
Dylan, these pace laps in just a few moments will be the first time that Colton Herta and this car have been on track after a frightening crash in the final practice on Friday afternoon. The car destroyed, a new backup built, and this, by the way, is the same car that won the GP 2 weeks ago, but a backup is never the same. He still says we can win this race. Today Burns.
Kevin Townsend's pick Joseph Newgarden hasn't won this race in 10 tries, and until Friday, his pit crew had never won the Pit Crew Challenge, but they dominated on Friday afternoon. Perhaps that's a good open. 6 others have won this competition on the pre-race and then won the 500, Marty.
Hey, Dave, I asked Scott Dixon one word to describe the Indianapolis 500. He said frustrating. That really stems from the fact that Dixon has had the best car really in the last 2 Indy 500s and 0 wins to show for it. In fact, it's been 14 years since the 6-time champ won. Diff, he told me we have unfinished business in the 500.
He is looking good for sure. Remember I told you about familiarity and tradition? It is time now for a time-honored tradition. It's time for a song that lets us all know exactly where we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Jim Cornelison, accompanied by the Purdue All-American Marching Band. It's good to be back home again in Indiana.
home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The new monet sends all its fragrance from the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, then I long for my Indiana.
With as much spirit and conviction and passion as you're about to see these 33 drivers display here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And to give the command today, the man who has been the steward of this speedway and the sport for the past 2 years. It is so appropriate. We go to the captain for the magical words.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the chairman of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mr. Roger Penske.
Welcome, race fans. 300,000 fans here today, and millions around the world are helping us put on the greatest single spectator sport in the world, the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500. It's Memorial Weekend. We want to thank the men and women in our military and our first responders who make our country safe and secure so we can have the greatest spectacle in racing, the Indianapolis 500. Be safe, have fun, and now for the command. Drivers, start your engines.
When Roger Penske speaks, people listen. The engines are fired. All the right ingredients are in the mix. It's almost time for the Indy 500. This is the sight we've been waiting to see here at the Brickyard. Cars roll in preparation for the 106th Indianapolis 500. At the top of your screen, the Firestone starting grid. It's going to scroll through. You can look for your favorite driver as Townsend Bell hooks up with the four-time and defending winner, Helio Castroneves.
Let's see if we can get him. Helio Townsend in the NBC booth. You got me?
Yep, loud and clear, Townsend.
Hello, my friend. Big day today. Going after that historic 5th win. You've got to do it from 27th, though. Is this the biggest challenge you think you've ever faced in this race?
Well, let me tell you, it's always a challenge. You can start the 500. Doesn't matter if it's in the front or if it's in the back. You just gotta, I'm gonna go with the same mojo that I always been with the preseason, you know, calm, cool, and collect.
So you've won 4. You're part of that exclusive club. What are we going to call it if you win 5 to be the only one?
Ha, that's a good one. Let's say the Ultimate League. How about that?
The Ultimate League. All right. Well, the Ultimate Driver, we're going to be watching you closely. Best of luck today.
Copy that, guys.
And for everything that every driver has going on, we can't thank Helio Castroneves enough for giving us that time. As we get closer and closer to the green flag, time now for our Honda track preview. Guys, talk us around.
Well, here we go. Colton Herta on board. And just look at the fans, guys, going through turn 3 now, or turn 2 now for him. You see the sweets on the outside, 9 degrees of banking in the corners.
And he's going to pick up a big tailwind today. The wind right now about 13 to 14 miles an hour blowing this direction down the back straightaway. You're going to be pulling gears, catching a draft, and seeing speeds of close to 240 on the opening laps into turn 3.
And these straightaways are 5/8 of a mile long. The corners themselves are a quarter mile long. Add it all up with the short shoots at 1/8 of a mile. There's your 2.5 miles of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And Colton Herta here in the 26 Gainbridge car will be with Castroneves on row 9, trying to charge forward.
All right, let's show you some of the onboard shots that we have with thanks to Mission Foods. This is the 7 Arrow McLaren SP Chevrolet of Felix Rosenquist.
How about Graham Rahal in the number 15, thanks to United Rentals. This guy was at the front of the field last year before he lost a left rear tire.
There's Connor Daly with a bit Nile on board. Connor starting a little further back than his teammates, but very popular driver looking to move forward.
First ever Danish driver to compete in the Indianapolis 500 with thanks to People Ready. This is the view that Christian Lundgaard will have in his Rahal Letterman Lanigan Honda.
And this is Lundgaard's teammate, Jack Harvey, the number 45 Hy-Vee car.
And Elio Castroneves' teammate Simon Pagenaud with the AutoNation on board today. He's going to be giving us some great shots as he tries to move his way up the field.
One last check-in with Rutledge Wood before we go green. Right, what you got?
Lee, 3.2 million of these Culver block hand-placed bricks used to line this entire track. Now this 3-foot section is all that you can see, and it runs right through the infield, through the pagoda, and we're going to find out today who is our winner. Who's going to be kissing these bricks, guys?
That's the question we all want to know, and it'll be answered in 200 laps. We can't wait for the story that's about to unfold. The stories, plural, because they are in abundance, right across the 11 rows of 3. And the next time by, we see them here, we will be racing as drivers. Townsend, you've done 10 of these. Hinch, you've done 9. What is this like?
It is so exhilarating. You know that you're going 3 wide. The only time you do this at any point during the season, you got to cinch your belts, check your controls, and get ready for the biggest challenge of your racing life.
For me, it's all about finally getting to go. It's such a long month. You spend so much time here at the Speedway, so much practice, so much pressure through qualifying weekend. Now you finally get to get in the car, almost relax, switch into race mode, and go for it.
At this point in time, we need to say thank you. The sport owes a debt of gratitude to Roger Penske for keeping this facility and keeping this series alive over the past 2 seasons throughout the pandemic. And now, for the first time since 2019, all we see are packed grandstands, blue skies above, and ready to celebrate a Memorial Weekend Classic. This is, and always will be, the greatest spectacle in racing. This is the Indianapolis 500. The field already spread. Scott Dixon, the pole man, will lead them into turn 1.
They're spread wide, but they are stacked deep. Cars going 2 and 3 wide. I saw Will Power in that red and orange multicolored car making moves to the high side.
Down 2 by 2 through turn 2. The Arrow McLaren team teammates side by side. Everyone files through as Alex Palou goes down to the inside of Scott Dixon in turn 3.
The blue and white NTT Data Honda, the man who finished runner-up last year, takes the lead on the opening lap.
Bold move from Alex Palou, especially on his teammate, as there's action further back. There's Joseph Newgarden, the gold and white car already moving forward.
Santino Ferrucci doing what Santino does, hanging on the outside to turn 4 there. As Rinus VeeKay now looks at the pole sitter and takes him into 1.
And Dixon's experience says, guys, you have at it. I'm not going to get tangled up in anything early. And you may have noticed Jimmy Johnson in his first 500 had a very nervous moment on the opening lap.
Indeed he did. Looking back for Johnson, there he is, the blue car with the neon yellow trim. The 48 is under attack from the young David Malukas, looking to the outside. Malukas, another driver, a rookie driver, but another driver that had a crash on Friday. They had to fully rebuild that car, and that car did not do a shakedown. So this is the first lap in anger for David Malukas.
Challenge is on for the lead as Pato O'Ward in the number 5 Arrow McLaren SP Chevrolet makes a nice move up the inside. He's able to get himself up there now into the top 7. Marty Snyder.
Hey, Diff, the original pass by Alex Palou to get the lead on his teammate Scott Dixon was by design by Chip Ganassi Racing. Their plan early in this race was to sort of swap the lead, get as much fuel mileage as they could to get them to the first pit window. Well, Rinus VeeKay knew that plan, and he told me before the race, I'm going to do everything I can to interrupt that. He did it, made his way up to 2nd.
Some good movers early on. Alexander Rossi up 5 positions. The rookie Devlin DeFrancesco up 4. Jack Harvey up 4. Oh, Tony Kanaan and Ed Carpenter. That was close.
Tony Kanaan, the 5th car for Chip Ganassi Racing. He wants to get up there and join his teammates, Palou and Dixon, at the front of this field.
Not too far behind, although running in 6th place. 2 very experienced drivers, and Ed Carpenter and Tony Kanaan going head-to-head there, both of them knowing that, hey guys, this is just the beginning of a very long race.
You know, Diff, at first I thought Dixon might be in trouble. He was dropping back a couple of spots, but I think Dixon knows that experience matters and patience matters. In the last 5 years, the average age of the winner of this race, 40 years old. Dixon and his experience, maybe not. Dixon going forward past Rinus VeeKay into turn 1. Chip Ganassi Racing now runs 1-2.
Told you about people making good progress early on in this 106th Indy 500. Have a look at it, bottom left of your screen. Rossi, Santino Ferrucci, Devlin DeFrancesco. Firestone biggest movers. There they are. We'll keep you updated on that as Will Power loses another position to another Arrow McLaren Chevy. That's Felix Rosenquist as we ride on board with thanks to Verizon. Kevin Lee, what you got?
So Power picked up 4 immediately, has given a couple of them back, but he's still confident that he can get to the front. And really, he just said, I want to be up to about 5th by about lap 150, so he's on pace. We told you the story in pre-race. His brother, Damian Power, he sees him for the first time 3.5 years from Australia. He's been to 1 Indy 500. It was the one that Will Power won.
Maybe that's a good omen. Look at the bright orange car, 3rd in shot. That is 21-year-old Dutch driver Rinus VeeKay. This kid is not afraid of anything.
He is so aggressive and experienced now in his 3rd season, not making nearly the mistakes we saw in his rookie year. VeeKay, one of the best drivers in this field, fiercely determined to win his first Indy 500. You can see there he already has 1 IndyCar win here at Indy in the road course race, but not on the super speedway just yet.
He's been a qualifying specialist here at 3 Indy 500s, a worst start of 4th, twice on the front row, led a bunch of laps last year. Guys, this month he's come in with a quiet confidence. He has matured a lot, and it's been really interesting to see how calm and confident he is in himself and this ECR team.
And somebody who did not garner a lot of attention in our pre-race show, or even in the month of May, is that red and white Husky Chocolate Honda running 4th in this race early on. There it is there. That is Marcus Ericsson of Sweden, one of 2 Swedish drivers running in this race. There's only been 1 Swede to win the Indy 500. As the fight is on between the teammates, or is it a fight? Maybe that was a strategic move as Dixon retakes the lead in the PNC Bank Honda.
Diff, it's a bit like the peloton here where the teammates, I think, are going to take turns leading at the front. Why are they doing that? Because you'll get better fuel mileage working together than if one car leads out front the whole time. The trailing car has some draft to work with, less air to push. And speaking of air, look at the back wing here of Scott Dixon. That is a medium span gurney flap across the rear wing. That's more downforce than we've seen teams run in practice. The reason for that, it's hot. There's less air available in terms of density for downforce, and Ganassi has opted, both Dixon and Palou, for more downforce to help grip in the corners.
And on top of that, the track temperature is coming up, Townsend. It's 108 degrees. These Firestone tires don't love hot track temperatures, so the more downforce you put on the car, the more you can help those tires, take care of those tires over a stint, as we see guys coming through turn 1 with a lot of speed.
Felix Rosenquist had a little step out there, Marty Snyder.
Felix caught that, though, and yes, to answer Townsend's question, the Ganassi plan back on. Dixon intentionally getting the lead here, so working with the teammates, as you guys put it, to save fuel. They want to make it to about lap 31 if they can do that. Meanwhile, Rinus VeeKay, and here you see the intentional swap again with Palou going back to the front. VeeKay behind them, they're having to tame him down. He loves to lead, doesn't he, Diff? But they're saying, hey, this is all about fuel right now. Get to that first window, then we'll be okay.
Last year, VeeKay led 32 laps and loved it in that bright orange Bitnile machine for Ed Carpenter Racing. The Chevy is flying. He's the lead Chevy behind the 2 Hondas of Chip Ganassi Racing. We're up and running here in Indy. 14 laps completed here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with the PNC Bank Honda of Scott Dixon leading once again for the man who is fast approaching leading 600 laps in his career here at Indy. And look, this is the team game that's going on. Alex Palou goes to the low side. His teammate, Scott Dixon, rounds him up. They're helping each other with fuel economy, fuel efficiency. A man on the move is Andretti Autosport's Alexander Rossi. Since the start, Rossi is up 5 positions and not hanging around.
Puts a move there on J.R. Hildebrand. Going into turn 3, and this is McLaughlin also up 5 positions. We're looking out the back of Graham Rahal. McLaughlin to the high side. But up front with Scott Dixon and Alex Palou, teammates swapping back and forth. They're not getting the same kind of mileage doing that as Rinus VeeKay, who just sits there very patiently and impressively for a young driver in 3rd spot. He's just grabbing all of that draft air he can, probably lifting a little bit on the straightaways, trying to extend this first stint.
Yeah, I know he said he didn't want to let the Ganassi cars run their plan. He wanted to disrupt it, but right now, not having to lead any laps, but staying in touch with the leaders, that's going to be helping his fuel mileage as we watch Devlin DeFrancesco in the bright yellow and orange car hold off Scott McLaughlin in the Penske. DeFrancesco, another big mover so far, up 4 spots on the day.
Now, as somewhat calm and metered as this looks and seems right now, it only took until lap 32 last year for the first caution as McLaughlin works on the rookie. Rounds him up in the Pennzoil Chevy.
Clear.
McLaughlin up another one. Make that 6 positions
Real
made.
nice work. Nice and smooth here.
Real nice work is the call for McLaughlin, the 2nd year NTT IndyCar Series driver.
You know, you talk about calm and mature. Alex Palou, who leads right now, won a championship in just his 2nd season of IndyCar racing, James, is such a precise and measured, I call him the surgeon, because every move he makes is so precise and surgical-like. And I asked him the other day, when's the last time you got upset about anything? And he pointed to a race last year where he got taken out at Gateway. But other than that, this guy has been the measuring stick for temperament in this championship now. In fact, he's caused a lot of drivers, like guys like Will Power, to rethink how they approach. Palou drawing inspiration from his teammate, Scott Dixon, who used to be the high water mark for temperament.
Once someone sets the bar in a competitive sport, everyone's going to try and match it. And there's a reason Scott Dixon has 6 championships to his name. It is that level, measured approach. Often he's not the driver that wins the most races in a season, but he picks up those 3rds, he picks up those 6ths when that's all the car's got, doesn't force a mistake. Alex Palou used that to beautiful effect last year.
Guess why he's a lot calmer this year? He sold his coffee shop in Barcelona and got married. Marty Snyder.
A little less stress without the coffee shop over there in Spain. So everything going very well for Alex Palou so far. He's led 12 of the 18 laps, but is there a potential problem on the 10 car? Listen in.
Alex, our telemetry is kind of in and out, so whenever you see the blue light, you got to let us know.
And that blue light would be the fuel light, so they're going to have to keep an eye on that. They are hoping to get the telemetry situation resolved, though, on the 10 camp, Dylan.
And Marty, for Scott McLaughlin, off to a good start, which was his game plan coming from 26. Knew that he had to make things happen to make up spots in this first stint, and that was his instruction from his spotter, or his strategist, rather, Kyle Moyer. He said, go, go, go at the start. We got to run hard, especially in this first stint. Scott came on the radio a bit ago. He is really, really happy with that race car, Kevin.
Remember, Colton Herta has a brand new race car. This is like a shakedown at the Indy 500 as we ride the Gain Bridge on board. Let's listen in for an update on how it's going.
This thing is so sketchy to drive. Not fun at all. Hey, copy that. Use your tools right now.
And then Brian Herta said, just hang on. We'll make some changes to make it better at the first stop. Dave.
Keeping an eye on 4th place, Marcus Ericsson in his 4th Indy 500. The 31-year-old Swede wanted to improve his game even more for ovals this year. In fact, he had a 3rd at Texas. That was a huge boost for him. But he watched hours and hours and hours of onboard footage from his 2nd place running teammate, Scott Dixon, who has been so successful here. And I asked him about it this week. He said, yeah, the team might chuckle just a little bit, but I do want to know how to do it better, where he places his car, what kind of moves he makes to win. And and you see Dixon once again moving around his teammate.
Ericsson is a veteran of 97 Formula One Grand Prix, the man in the red and white car. This is his third year with Chip Ganassi Racing. His engineer Brad Goldberg told me yesterday, here's a move, David Malukas, pardon me, on Will Power, who continues to fall back in that Verizon Chevy.
Didn't look very comfortable there in turn one for Will Power in dirty air as Malukas went by. On board here with Power, the nose cam. I think he was getting some coaching there from the stand. I heard to the right, maybe weight jacker, moving cross weight on the front axle. That's a button you can use on the steering wheel to move cross weight to the right front or potentially right front bar.
And you can hear on that onboard, Townsend, he's feathering the throttle quite a bit through turn 3 when he was going through, even though he has a decent amount of clear air behind him. So he is just falling back into the clutches of Alexander Rossi in the Napa Auto Nation Honda running behind him, who's already up 5 spots from his starting position. So Will Power under threat right now from Alexander Rossi.
And they're going in opposite directions. Rossi might be up 5. Will Power is down 7 positions from where he started. You're watching NBC's live and exclusive broadcast of the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Firestone. Now, a reminder that you can scan now for Verizon 5G Ultra Pass and get exclusive 360-degree immersive views of the Indy 500 powered by the ultra-fast speeds and massive capacity of Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband. And speaking of Verizon 5G, I painted a more dire picture for Will Power than it actually was. He's only lost 3 positions, not 7, but he is struggling. The Ganassi duo at the front, the orange and blue machine is Scott Dixon, PNC Bank Honda. The white and blue car is his Spanish teammate, the defending series champion. We ride with Alex Palou with this special Indy 500 helmet, this beautiful chrome white and blue with special 3D effects on the side. He said, I wanted to do something really special for this year's race, coming in here as the series champion.
Series champion, and he was 2nd place in this race last year. So badly wants to do one better, but he's already up against it a little bit with that telemetry issue. These cars beam hundreds of sensors worth of data back to pit lane. The engineers are poring over it in real time. Now, a lot of that information is available on the steering wheel. The driver can't see it, but the driver's trying to navigate a racetrack at 220 miles an hour. They don't have a lot of spare time to look at that. So hopefully there's something they can do to get that telemetry working, take a little of the pressure off Alex Palou.
Well, speaking of telemetry, thanks to the Firestone telemetry, no issues up here. We're getting a nice clean stream, but just watch the throttle trace here for Palou. You're going to see him lift a little bit on the back straightaway. Looks like maybe we are dropping out because the speed kind of got hung up there a little bit. But on the front straightaway, you'll see Palou lift a bit, save some fuel in that draft, and still handling well. As Dixon goes low, I think Dixon's coming to pit lane.
He is. Connor Daly's in. Dave, what you got?
And Lee, we heard how much confidence he had in the pre-race show today. I'm the most confident ever, and he has a confident pit stop there. First one of the day, Marty.
And Dave, this is the lap that Chip Ganassi Racing wanted to get to, lap 31 for Scott Dixon. Originally, they were going to leave him out a little bit longer. Very happy with the handling of the car. He did ask for a very slight adjustment on the handling, and we're going to dive a little more into that telemetry issue for his teammate Alex Palou as well, Hinch. I think they're a little concerned here on the timing stand as well. Fresh Firestone tires for Scott Dixon, again, getting inside that fuel window they wanted here on lap 31.
Took a few extra seconds there for that front wing adjustment. So because it's a green flag stop, Dixon will come out in clean air by himself, and here comes Palou. Have to see how they blend back out after the 10 comes to pit lane. Marty, you're there.
Barry Wanzer telling his guys here on pit road, nice and smooth, no issues. We need a clean stop here. Palou, unlike his teammate Scott Dixon, very happy with the handling of the car. He led the majority of those laps, in fact 16 to this point, when they were swapping the lead back and forth, and the telemetry issue still there. I just confirmed with them a moment ago. Jimmy Johnson's pitting behind him, coming down pit road right now. A lot of understeer for Johnson. We saw him lose those spots off the initial run. Jimmy told me this week, listen, halfway, that's where I want to get to in the race. At that moment, I think I'll take another step forward in my progression. That's what I'm looking forward to. Johnson with a solid run inside the top 10 so far.
All right, there's Scott Dixon at speed, tires warm, going into turn 2. Teammate Alex Palou is going to blend out. And just like clockwork, Chip Ganassi Racing joins back up on the track. Dixon goes by, Palou will tuck in.
Outside, clear.
And that was even with a slight issue on the right front for the 10 car. So that overcut, going that lap longer, Marty, I think really did give Palou a little advantage.
And look who sat behind the Chip Ganassi racing cars. Rinus VeeKay, he gets here and he gets Firestone tires and Lees. So they saved a little bit more fuel on the 21. The young driver showing a lot of patience here. We'll see where he cycles out with those Chip Ganassi racing cars.
Watch the blend, watch the blend. Here's Rinus VeeKay up against Scott Dixon and Alex Palou. It's going to be the Ganassi 1-2 that it'll just
come on out, go hard.
fly on by. But VeeKay is closer than where he was before.
Wheel one.
That is amazing. 2.5 miles at 220 miles an hour average and a pit stop, and they come right back out with each other. Dave?
Marcus Ericsson complained about a little bit of understeer with his car. 4 fresh Firestone tires and fuel, and he's out of here. Tony Kanaan out off the pit road as well.
Good launch there from Ed Carpenter and that Elzement, that purple and aqua Chevy for his own team, the only owner driver in the field. There he is there, exiting off pit road right behind Marcus Ericsson. Kevin Lee.
Will Power lost position, really loose, big wing change, and Power is back out.
So pretty interesting, James, as we see Will Power's nose cam here. Tucked in behind, I believe that's the 15 of Graham Rahal. Pretty interesting with Palou and Dixon. The mileage was 2 laps short of what Rinus VeeKay and Marcus Ericsson went 1 lap longer than VeeKay. So I don't know if this thing stays green a long time. I'm not sure the Ganassi cars are going to want to take on the lead of this race with the mileage they're getting doing that.
Well, that's just it. You know, Rinus VeeKay did not actually lead a single lap, so it just shows you how much more fuel you burn when you're out front pushing all that air compared to when you're in the draft like Rinus VeeKay is right now.
Here we go. Here we go. Is this going to be the first little disruption to the Ganassi strategy formulate?
Clear.
Rinus VeeKay in that BitNile Bitcoin bright orange car. He's running his nation's colors.
And if I'm Scott Dixon here, I'm happy to sit back. I'll run third. I'll take that mileage all day long and try to get myself back on the same fuel window as Rinus VeeKay. VeeKay being pretty aggressive right now. I don't know that he needs to this early, but he wants that P2 position. The question is, does Rinus VeeKay want to lead this early?
Well, let's take a look at the pit time differential right here. Scott Dixon versus Alex Palou on the pit in. A little bit of an advantage to Scott Dixon. The time on pit lane was 9/10 of a second in Alex Palou's favor. That's the driver getting down from 60 miles an hour to 0 in the pit box, and then from 0 back up to 60. And then, of course, the time in pit box, like we said, a little hold up on the 10, 2.5 seconds slower, and that's part of the advantage there. That was powered by NTT. Dylan.
Elio Castroneves in for his first stop. He went 6 laps longer than the leaders. That's what they had to do if they weren't able to make up the track position they wanted. Elio down and away.
So these initial pit stops just give everybody a chance to kind of take a breath, reset, make any adjustments that they weren't happy with in that opening stint, and then start to refocus. Here's Jimmy Johnson. One of the things he was concerned about was those stops. He said, I just need to be clean. I want to execute those as Scott McLaughlin in the Pennzoil Chevy rounds up the 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champ.
Speak for yourself. Maybe you get to take a breath during those pit stops, but I promise you, these drivers, their heart rates are through the roof. It is so difficult going from 220 miles an hour, Townsend, down to 60. You're in the pit lane. There's exposed crew members. You have to hit your marks perfectly. And as we talked about, the in-laps and out-laps are so important for these green flag pit cycles that, no, you are not getting a break as a driver.
I think it's huge, Diff, that the 2 drivers that went the farthest on the first stint, Juan Pablo Montoya, a 2-time winner, and Elio Castroneves, a 4-time winner. The veteran drivers saved massive fuel, went so much further than most everybody else in the field. That could pay off huge down the road, and that paid off big for Castroneves last year.
For both of those veterans, Elio Castroneves going for win number 5. Juan Pablo Montoya could be a 3-time Indy 500 winner at the end of today. Major drama here in the early going in the Indy 500. The spectacular young Dutch driver Rinus VeeKay crashes out of this 106th running. The AMR safety team, as they always are, spot on, fast on the scene, and the 21-year-old climbs from his car. Just what happened?
Wow. big gap between VK and Alex Palou. Just got loose down in the middle of turn 2. Wow, fireball as the gearbox explodes, dumps probably all the oil out.
And I mean, Scott Dixon heads up, having to avoid that accident. Looking behind from the back of Alex Palou, you see a big wiggle. He catches it very similar to that practice crash from Colton Herta, just in turn 2, not in turn 1. And that is all she wrote for the 21 Bitnile car.
Man, just 6 laps on the tires, Diff. I wonder if he had really adjusted the car in traffic and then ended up in some clean air and all that front downforce as Mom looks on.
Mom on the right-hand side, that's Evie. She knows how good her boy is, but his day is done. Marty?
And Diff, he said it just snapped on me, and you could hear it in his voice. He knew how good of a car they had. He said, I am so sorry, guys. And, you know, Hinch, it's going to be an issue today maybe with the temperatures coming up, and you can feel it here on pit road. I know the track temperatures are creeping up as this race goes along.
Temperatures are coming up, winds coming up.
This is what
could be the result.
Always, as you know, Hinch, this always changes the complexion of a race. The first caution on lap 38, Rinus VK, the first retirement. One of the most celebrated returns to Indy 2022, in addition to the grandstands being open for everybody, is this, the legendary Snake Pit. And if you thought things were crazy on the track, maybe it's time you go and visit the Snake Pit. That's where our Rutledge Wood was before. But where do we find Rut now?
You know, Lee, with 300,000 people here, the Snake Pit had 30. It was packed. I just needed a little time to myself to enjoy this racing, and I'm in a swan boat. I'm having the time of my life, but the wind is strong out here, Tarico, and it doesn't seem to matter which way I steer. I just sort of bob around, but hey, I got room if one of you guys wants to join me, buddy.
All right, note on the scanner, Rutledge complaining about too much understeer out there in the swan boat. Thanks, Rut. Up here in the Peacock pit box. Scott Dixon's pit right behind us, rest of pit road. Down behind Dale Jr. You're over there closest. You're feeling the wind. That's part of the story here thus far.
Yeah, I think it's going to be part of the story and get more, get stronger as the day goes. It started out about 10-mile-an-hour winds, and it's going to get up to around 13, 14 miles an hour, but the gusts are the problem. The gusts will be over 60 miles an hour by the end of this race. It's head on into the driver's face going down the front straightaway, going to make the car loose into 1, and then it's going to be behind you, pushing you down the back straightaway, going to have some big speed into 3, but no air on the nose, and the car's going to be real tight. So it's going to be interesting how the drivers will have to adjust the car, Danica, as they're running the lap to accumulate that wind.
Well, one of the things that we have in Indy cars is a lot of controls, a lot of cockpit adjustments. So these drivers are not a stranger to having to make a lot of adjustments a lot of the time out there. They might be changing their weight jacker and all kinds of different things between end and end, and they do that in qualifying and all the time. So they're pretty conditioned and ready for that, but it's still, if things get busy out there in traffic, I mean, you forget to make an adjustment and all of a sudden it's, you know, one of the ends doesn't grip and you've got a problem.
Always part of the story, what happens on pit road. Got through those first pit stops without a problem. But 1/5 of the race gone by, and we've lost somebody from row 1. Rinus VK out of the race. Rutledge Wood in a one-man race that he might not win on a swan in a boat at Indy.
Dancing challenges are coming to NBC with Shakira, Liza Koshy, and Nick Jonas. Match their moves and win big money. Dancing with Myself premieres Tuesday, 10/9 Central on NBC and streaming on Peacock. Sounds like Townsend Bell's former life, Dancing by Myself. We want to thank our friends Honda for giving us the wonderful aerial coverage. But back to things a little more serious. Rinus VK out of the race, spectacular crash, he was okay. The 21-year-old Dutch driver stepped from the car. It has reset this field. But somebody, Kevin Lee, who wasn't really enjoying things again, was Team Penske's Will Power. Tell us more.
He said the car was really good the first half of the first stint, then just went wicked loose. They made changes on the stop, no better. So they came in again under this yellow and then stalled it as well coming out. Lost a few more spots. So he's all the way back to 30th. A lot of work to do for Will Power.
What's great about these pit stops and an opportunity like that is these cars are tunable. We see the crew guys adjusting the front wing on the car. That's adjusting the angle of that front wing, which controls how much air is pushing down. We call it the center of pressure, essentially the balance between the amount of air pressing down on the front of the car versus the back of the car. It can really affect the handling. So Will not happy with his car, but over this long race and all these stops down, said you can come in, you can not only work on it in the car with those tools Danica was talking about, but also the pit crew can help you with wing changes and also tire pressure adjustments.
Yeah, but you will not want to be stalling that race car if it comes to a green flag stop. Luckily for Power, that happened under caution. He just lost a couple of spots, but stayed on the lead lap.
A couple of Indy 500 rookies. Yes, feels weird saying rookie for 10-year Formula One veteran Romain Grosjean, but in the DHL Honda, the Andretti Autosport driver is really settling beautifully here at the Brickyard. So Romain runs 11th. Behind him, David Malukas. David had a huge crash after colliding with Santino Ferrucci on Carb Day on Friday. So the Dale Coyne with HMD Racing has done a terrific job with this car, and the 20-year-old is doing awesome. And Connor Daly, Indiana's own, is tucked in behind them as we get ready to go back to racing, almost quarter race distance. Let's get back to it here, the 106th Indy 500.
3 Chip Ganassi Racing Hondas up front, but there's a bunch of Chevys, 4 wide.
Bad start from Felix Rosenquist, Santino Ferrucci, Takuma Sato, and Tony Kanaan up the inside. Look at all his position change. That was an incredible run. I think Santino Ferrucci comes out okay in that deal.
Sato went right around the outside, the 2-time Indianapolis 500 winner. We're on board with Connor Daly.
A lot of big eyes right now because at Indianapolis, restarts means opportunity as Tony Kanaan to the inside of Sato there in the purple car.
That's a Ryan Hunter race special down into turn 3, but a great drive from the number 1, Tony Kanaan, to get that position. This white and blue car for Chip Ganassi Racing, he wants to get up with his teammates, and he is getting there.
4 Ganassi cars in the top 6, and this is O'Ward to the inside of Ericsson in that orange and black car. Now, Aero McLaren SP wants to mix it up with the strongest team in the field so far.
This Mexican youngster has just had his contract renewed through the end of 2025. He's not going anywhere, and he will continue to be a star of the NTT IndyCar Series. So Dixon Palou, O'Ward, Ericsson, Ed Carpenter, and Tony Kanaan in that American Legion Honda. Tony told his teammate Jimmy Johnson before this green flag even flew, hey, if you want to go somewhere, tuck in behind me, because I'm not hanging back today.
Tony Kanaan, aggressive early as he always is, and he's never shy about declaring that before the start of the race. It's a bit of a Babe Ruth moment every year with Kanaan. He makes crystal clear to the field, hey guys, watch out, I'm going high early, gonna go around some people on the start.
Yeah, I mean, Babe Ruth used to point to the outfield to call a shot. He points to the outer line, that high line, and does not mind hanging it out there on those restarts, and he's doing a great job, Dave Burns.
And Hinch, his balance was okay earlier today before the first round of pit stops. So very happy for the 47-year-old who doesn't know how much longer he's going to do this, but he says every time I can get in a competitive car and come back to Indy, I'm going to do it. This year he would have run more ovals, but of course it was Jimmy Johnson's choice to run the ovals with his road courses this year that he shared last year. So Kanaan, fan favorite, having a great day in 6th right now, Marty.
Hey Dave, what a move from Pato O'Ward to get up to the 3rd position. We mentioned his teammate Juan Pablo Montoya going longer than almost everybody else in the entire field, along with Helio Castroneves. Well, O'Ward was just 1 lap short of that. He went 5 laps longer than the Ganassi cars right in front of him. That could be a big advantage on this run.
Right on board here with Pato O'Ward. Look at that Firestone telemetry, about 216 miles an hour minimum speed in turn 4. You're going into the wind here, but you've got the benefit of the draft with Palou and Dixon as the leaders switch places. Palou back to the front. They've been doing this since the start, working as a team.
And now Pato O'Ward finds himself in the same place Rinus VeeKay was, just sitting back in 3rd here, watching these Ganassi guys run up front, taking their turns, but again, never leading a lap. You're going to save that much more fuel. He was already much later to his last pit stop. 35 for Pato O'Ward, 30 for Dixon. A huge advantage right now for the number 5 car.
And he told us during this month of May that he learned a lot last year. He learned a lot by simply running at the front. He led 17 laps, but he was in that mix towards the end. Here's Dixon setting up for a move on Palou again. We've seen that multiple times. Palou's led 29 laps, Dixon has led 17. So it's Honda, and then the first Chevrolet is Pato O'Ward.
Further back, there's the number 1 of Tony Kanaan, who was making some big moves a few laps ago. Look at Kanaan there on the top side of the screen. He's the one that made it 4 wide, going high on Ferrucci across the bricks. And that's Felix Rosenquist and the other McLaren, the Views car back there, that I think wisely backed out of that 4 wide situation.
We may have circled.
So they start to stretch back out here. There's Connor Daly up behind Joseph Newgarden. And surprisingly, we're 50 laps in, not a single Team Penske car in the top 10 just yet. Newgarden at 11. These guys are going at it. That's Eilert and Colton Herta.
The green and white and black car is the Hulkos Hollinger Chevrolet of Indy 500 rookie Callum Eilert. This is the Gamebridge Honda of Colton Herta, who we showed you multiple times in the pre-race show, suffered that massive crash on carb day where the car got air, went upside down, and fortunately, big moment for Herta, almost went into the wall.
I think Colton might have gotten the left front on that apex curve. Big lift, and this is going to allow Callum Eilert to draft up and get by pretty easily to the high side.
It looks so unassuming from the onboard camera, but from inside the seat, Colton Herta is catching his breath big time, trying to bring his heart rate down. That was a huge moment at these speeds, and especially after what he went through on Friday and knowing he's already in his backup car, that hasn't been as good to him so far.
And yeah, this is the Indy 500, but there's an IndyCar championship with a race next weekend in Detroit. Herta's already had one car destroyed, as the spotter says, settle down, and this is why. This is final practice on Friday. Herta, same deal. Back end loosens up, this time in turn one. Huge hit up and over. Destroyed the tub, the engine, the gearbox, the suspension.
The only thing left was the safety cell, the cockpit where the driver sits.
Hang in there. We can make a front wing adjustment. We can take front wing out when we stop.
That's the voice of his father, Brian, who made 6 Indianapolis 500 starts with the best of third back in 2005. He's the voice of reason to this talented young California.
And he's telling his son, we can take some wing out. That means that Colton Herta's car is loose, the rear end not as much grip as the front. Look up at the top of your screen, you can see how wide he got. That was from a wiggle in the middle of the corner. So take some wing out, that'll move the balance a little bit further to the back.
Yeah, clearly something happened down low in the corner. Herta had to chase it with his hands, and he's really hanging on now. You're turning into the wind right there. And Herta still several laps until his fuel window, and he is desperately holding on to his race car.
So it's time to hear from the man who is out of this race, Rinus VeeKay. How is he, Marty?
He is fine, and that's the first thing he said to me. And then he walked up and he said, man, we had such a good car. I could hear it in your voice, the dejection. What happened over there?
Well, first of all, I have to say sorry to all the fans and the team and everyone who's worked hard. We put the car in the front row. We were in P2. But it was tough out there. The car was a little bit free all race, and yeah, I turned into turn 2 and the car gets loose, and well, once that happens, you're a passenger and couldn't do anything. So yeah, just a bummer, really. I think we had a good shot at a good finish or maybe a win, but yeah, it just caught me off guard.
You heard him mention there, Diff. He said it's tough out there. He came out and told me it's tough, and it's getting tougher as it gets warmer.
Warmer and windier. They are not great conditions here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but we have quite the race on our hands as the teammates at the front continue to dominate. You're watching the Indianapolis 500 live here on NBC, presented by Firestone. The SiriusXM Listen Free event is on now through June 6th. Press the button in your car to start listening right now. Welcome back, folks. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe with you on the call for this, what has been a very intriguing Indy 500 already. Just the one caution, just the one retirement. Rinus VeeKay, we just heard from him with Marty out of the infield medical center at OK, just very regretful and remorseful for what went down. The car just got away from him. This event so far has been dominated by Chip Ganassi Racing's Alex Palou, who leads the way in that NTT Data Honda, and his 6-time championship-winning teammate Scott Dixon.
Probably 2 to 3 laps, I would expect, until these front runners have to pit. Again, not getting the same sort of mileage as some of the cars hanging further back, like Ericsson, Pato O'Ward. A lot of these guys getting better mileage in the draft, and it's going to put a lot of pressure, like the first round of stops, on pit lane. The guys are going to have to execute well, hit their marks, and Marty, precision is everything in the pits.
They have orchestrated it so well so far, Townsend. 138 laps to go, though, so yeah, you can play with your teammate nice right now, Townsend, right? But When does that go away? And when do you say, hey, we're not going to play the game anymore? And then also it's got to start factoring in, we're not getting better fuel mileage. We thought this would work. We thought this would get us to where we need to be, but clearly the rest of the field able to do it better.
Yeah, just no way to get around the fact that if you want to lead, even if you're swapping places, you're going to be pushing the full force of clean air and working that Honda that much harder, burning that much more fuel. And I guess to answer your question, when do you play nice or when do you stop playing nice, Marty? I think once you know you've got checkered flag in sight with 20 to go, you're going to send it.
Getting ready for the second round of stops. We're going to duck away. We're going to go non-stop. You won't miss a thing.
Alex Palou putting Colton Herta a lap down, but pit stops happening. Jimmy Johnson on pit road, the 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, coming down pit road and saying, man, I am just struggling with understeer, meaning that car wants to wash out to the wall from the center of the corner off fresh Firestones, and another adjustment trying to free up that 48.
He had a good passage, though, despite having understeer. He had a good passage tucked in right behind the 4-time and defending winner, Helio Castroneves. Back to pit road.
Colton Herta is in the car, he said, just feels like it's broken. He feels like he's going to crash every lap. We knew this was a possibility with a repaired race car, Marty.
Scott Dixon coming down pit road. His teammate Alex Palou will come down this lap as well. Dixon's been pretty happy with his race car, but they're also alternating, Dave, when they come down pit road. Dixon does it first, then Palou will come down next.
Solid stop for Connor Daly. One thing they've had trouble with today.
Oh, Callum Ilott, big crash inside at the exit of turn 2.
The Juncos Hollinger rookie is out of the Indy 500. Oh boy. So another one of the youngsters in the field crashes out in spectacular style as Alex Palou made it to pit road.
Hey, Diff, he entered the pits when it was closed. They told him to drive by, so we have to watch what happens here with Alex Palou. He didn't catch the light. He came in when pit road was closed.
That's exactly what happened to Scott Dixon last year on the initial stop. Good to see Callum Ilott, the young British driver, out of the car under his own steam and walking and talking with the AMR safety team. This is what happened.
Just loses it. Looks a lot like Rinus VeeKay in a very similar spot.
Much earlier in the corner, it seems like he lost the back end, got all the way around, on board from Christian Lundgaard right now, not knowing which way to go, trying to keep his own car from spinning out, hitting debris. Have to worry about a puncture now from that sharp shards of carbon fiber. And then here's Palou, and take a look. There's going to be a yellow light. You see it come on right before he gets to this line. That's the pit commit line. He was so close to getting away with that. This is very much going to change the structure of his race. In real time, it just looks so savage.
And some big pieces of debris that likely were collected by a few of those trailing cars, and that second hit to the inside wall nearly head on. A massive, massive hit for the rookie driver.
Let's talk more about Alex Palou. Here's Marty Snyder.
A lot of radio conversation between Barry Wanzer there on your screen and Alex Palou. They're telling him, save all the fuel you can. You called it right, Hinch. This is exactly what happened to his teammate Scott Dixon last year. They are worried it might run out of fuel. They think it can make it one more lap to get around once pit road is open. They're not sure.
Well, that's just it. He was coming to pit road because he was out of fuel, and now he's having to circulate still. He might have to enter under a closed pit to get fuel, and that would be catastrophic for the day of Alex Palou in this NTT data car. Man, what a tough break.
Would send him all the way to the back of the field.
Which is exactly the opposite end of where he's been. This is the driver who has led the majority of the race. 42 laps Palou has led.
The other thing that happened there is that as Scott Dixon was trying to get to pit lane, it was Colton Herta that was kind of holding him up on the in-lap, and Dixon had to check up as well. So all of a sudden, it goes from total dominance and control from Chip Ganassi Racing, just completely managing the race, to this racetrack managing those two drivers.
And Townsend, they're going to have to bring the 10 down pit road, and the pit road will not be open. So emergency service here for Alex Palou. Again, they thought they could make it until they were able to open pit road. They will not be able to. I mean, Chip Ganassi has got to be sitting here, Diff, thinking, what do I have to do to win this race as a team. Same situation as Scott Dixon last year.
Because
exact situation.
He's going to come in now under emergency service to get fuel. There is the man behind the name, Chip Ganassi, the legendary team owner and one-time driver. And then he's going to have to serve a penalty once the race goes back to green. So this is truly a hurtful situation to Alex Palou's chances.
He can only get fuel here, no tires. Then he will have to come in, do the full stop, get the rest of the fuel and the new set of tires, and then serve the penalty. So this is devastating, but it's going to work out for Scott Dixon, having just got in before this yellow happened, where all the other cars in front of him are going to have to pit.
Maybe this is the day. This is the day where the luck and fortune has changed for Scott Dixon. It certainly hasn't for Alex Palou. We are back. You're watching live here on NBC, and Pit Lane is alive. Let's kick things off with Dave Burns. Dave?
A couple of more Chip Ganassi Racing drivers. Marcus Ericsson, top right. Top left, Tony Kanaan. Tony's pretty happy with his race car. Ericsson really happy with his race car and saying also back from his team that the fuel numbers are great. Everything's going well for this team, Marty.
Bottom left, Pato O'Ward pits from the lead, saying his car was too draggy when he was in traffic. Much better when he was out front. Ed Carpenter comes in running third. The race off pit road is going to be a tight one here. But again, they'll cycle through here with the ones that already pitted. They'll stay out and they'll go to the front.
Look at that performance for Ferrucci. That small team, Dreyer Reinbold Racing, taking Ferrucci to the front on pit lane.
Guy who has an amazing history here. Sadly, for the first time, Callum Eilert and Hulkos Hollinger. It's over. NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 brought to you by Firestone Tires for driving IndyCar legends. NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT IndyCar Series. Hy-Vee. Throughout the race season, HyVeeDeals.com provides a chance to win $25,000. HyVeeDeals.com, proud sponsor, the number 45 car. And by United Rentals, official equipment rental services partner of IndyCar and Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. What a beautiful day it is here in Indy, as we are under our second full course caution. Now, in the fourth episode of Reinventing the Wheel, Jimmy Johnson faces broken bones and a broken IndyCar during a challenging Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Persevering through the pain, he and the Carvana team at Chip Ganassi Racing show their strength and resilience.
Clearly I want to be in the race as long as I can manage the pain.
In the right hand, he is steering just with these two fingers.
I hate making mistakes, and I've made two now.
A little fire on car as the safety team races out to check on the driver.
We are under our second caution and the field has been jumbled. This is now starting to turn. The complexion is changing. Stick around, we'll be back.
Back here at Indy, we just saw those pit stops, pit lane comparison powered by NTT. Shows Scott Dixon currently showing as the leader, who's led 24 of the 75 laps so far. The comparison just about a half second faster than Connor Daly, shows second at the moment. Up here in the Peacock pit box with Danica Patrick and Dale Earnhardt Jr. You feel for what happened here with Palou as he was just about to enter pit lane, and obviously the yellow comes out with the accident with Eilert. Your observation so far, 75 laps through.
Yeah, well, it just shows how quickly things can change. I mean, there was nowhere for Palou to go. Alex had to stay, and he probably would have been more dangerous to try and stay on track. So, like I said, you've got to keep your head in it. I mean, we've got VK running second, basically spinning and crashing. We've got Palou that was running so well, and then now he's basically last because of that pit scenario. Things happen so quickly here. They change so fast. You've just got to keep your head on straight and know that there'll be opportunities for you in the end if it goes wrong early.
We know a lot of these teams committed to a certain strategy at the start of this race. These cautions falling like they are, how's that going to change that fuel strategy for a lot of these teams? And also, it's always going to be fun having Connor Daly and Ferrucci up in the top 10. Ferrucci's been really aggressive on restarts. I hope he's there all day long because he's going to be entertaining.
Just like he was your first time here in 2019 when he was a rookie as well. Ready to go back to green, we go back to Diff.
Mike, one of the moments of this race last year was a guy who's a few ahead of Santino Ferrucci, local driver Connor Daly. When he took the lead last year, this crowd, which was nowhere near the size of what it is now, they went crazy. Imagine if Daly can go to the front on Scott Dixon here. The end of the second caution period. Let's go back to racing. Watch the white and blue American Legion car. Fifth in shot there. Here goes O'Ward. Here goes Kanaan. Look at this into turn one.
behind
Good
them.
job, Connor. Go now.
They seem to figure it out. Connor held off Padua Ward into turn 1, and now he's going to chase down Scott Dixon, trying to get that lead back. Looks like O'Ward had to check up a little bit there. That bunches up the whole rest of the field as Kanaan goes to the high side of that white car on his teammate Marcus Ericsson. Kanaan, has to back out. Ericsson holds the position.
Grosjean tucks in behind Sage Karam, ahead of Graham Rahal.
Devlin DiFrancesco running the high line through turn 3, trying to make up some ground, find some clean air to get onto his front wing as a pass for the lead is coming. Connor Daly in that number 20 blue and gold Bitnile car stays in line behind Scott Dixon.
Thought twice, didn't he? He thought twice, and that was smart.
He had a taste of that lead last year. He also had a taste of what it's like to burn more fuel and probably have his team.
Now. Good job, buddy.
Same stick with it. Is Connor going to lift here and coast? Let's watch and listen. Yep. Patience. Patience from the local boy.
Before we forget, right at the bottom of your screen, you're seeing those Dayglow letters behind the Indy 500 logo. Connor is paying special tribute to some fallen mates, some fallen drivers. Justin Wilson, Brian Clausen, and Dan Weldon. That is a beautiful touch.
Balance.
Creep up on us here. +6.
+6.
You're in a good spot, buddy.
That's his spotter telling him about 6 car lengths behind his Padua Ward. The spotter's up in the grandstands in turn 1 and turn 3, giving the drivers all sorts of information as they drive. And I wonder if there's any chatter from the number 9 team, Marty. Are they talking at all about telling Dixon to think about maybe giving up the spot and tucking in for mileage?
The phrase, "there goes our plan," was uttered on the radio a little while ago for Scott Dixon and his race team.
Here we go! Inside Connor Daly!
Outside, clear.
And you can hear the roar from the crowd. They love Connor Daly at the front.
This local lad led 40 laps last year, and the crowd loved every single 40.
Somehow I think the master, Scott Dixon, knew, let him go. Let him go for right now. Listen to the crowd. It's almost like watching the wave at a baseball stadium, you know, as Connor comes around the track. Each corner of the grandstands are standing up, and Scott Dixon lining up to take that lead back.
Inside, clear.
It was short-lived, but it felt good. Chip Ganassi Racing ahead of Ed Carpenter Racing, Arrow McLaren SP.
Maybe Scott Dixon sending the signal. Let's work together at this phase of the race, even though they're not teammates. Dixon knows I've got to work with somebody. If my teammate's not in this with me right now, I've got to find somebody else to dance with at the front. Padua Ward essentially lost his 5-lap advantage that he had from that first stint because of that yellow, but he still has a fuel lap advantage.
I won right here.
Lap 72 was when he last pit, 68 for the lead duo. And as we ride on board the blue and orange PNC bank car, Marty, what do you know about it?
Well, I was going to talk about the conversation I had with Dixon yesterday where he told me, I'm done saving fuel with the Indy 500. I really feel like it's kind of hurt us the last couple of years, and this is the test. This is when it'll be put to the test. He doesn't have a wingman any longer. He's not up front with his teammate Alex Palou, so now how hard will Dixon run? He showed, hey, I let Connor Daly lead 1 lap, but I wanted to go right back to the front.
So a little further back in this field, but we should not take our eyes off the Pennzoil Chevrolet. Here goes a move for the lead. Connor Daly goes again. Fairly straightforward. There's the yellow submarine. Scott McLaughlin in his second Indianapolis 500 started 26th after a qualifying gamble went wrong. He was in 15th, gave away his time, went again, conditions weren't optimal. And so he started 26th. McLaughlin and Helio Castro Neves have been storming through this field. McLaughlin now finds himself 14 positions up, and is looking strong, Dylan Welsh.
And this track position plays right into their wheelhouse as far as their strategy goes. Kyle Moyer told him, you're okay to use fuel here to get a few more spots, but he's quick to remind him too, the car that they've had to start this race will not be the car they have to finish. So he said, do not be a hero early in this race, just take it as it comes. That's what they've done so far. They're up 14 spots and right in 12th right now for McLaughlin. A little further back, another car that's on the move, Helio Castroneves. He's up 13 spots, kind of a similar approach for them. They went 6 laps longer on fuel on that first stint than everybody else, so they know they can do that here if we get some more green flag stops, but just letting this race come to them as well. Adam Robazzini, his strategist, said Helio is so good here. He just knows where to be, when to be there, and also lets this race come to him better than anybody else he's ever worked with. So they're in a great spot right now, too. Up 13 spots for Helio as he rides 14th.
And again, Dixon and Daly swap the lead.
Just watching the hands there, the white gloves from Helio Castroneves. You see patience, I see quiet, determined hands, and a race car, most importantly, James, that looks perfectly balanced in dirty air. Helio knows he's going to get great mileage right now, but work on your race car, get it in just the right window. That's what made him a 4-time winner last year. That's what might make him the first 5-time winner this year.
You don't see him hanging on to it. This is the way we saw Colton Herta. He's gentle with his hands, gentle with his throttle, the way he rolls out of it and rolls back into it as he now hounds David Malukas, who's doing a great job at 13th, the top running rookie. He lost a bunch of spots in that pit sequence, but still running first of these rookie drivers, and he has anything but a rookie hounding him with Helio Castroneves.
You talk about patience. Look at Castroneves on this last restart. 3 wide in front. Wait, what? 4 wide in front. Where am I going to go? Answer, nowhere. I'm going to sit here and watch this sort itself out. Castroneves doing a great job exercising patience and protecting his race car.
And immediately ahead was Romain Grosjean saying, what is happening? Get me out of here. Look to the left. Sage Karam. Woo!
Well, that's some Mario Kart action right there, boys. Takes the draft off Graham Rahal. Romain Grosjean threads the needle, slots in behind. I believe it was Helio there. No, who did he slot in behind?
That was
Rossi, maybe.
Rahal, Grosjean, and Castroneves. So you got 3 dads with kids and 1 single guy in his early 20s diff in the Indy 500.
He's married.
That's true.
Grosjean now says, now I know what they're talking about here at Indy. Here in the greatest spectacle in racing, one driver could not only win the Indy 500, but could check off the oval course on their list and be in the running to win $1 million. People Ready is proud to advance its mission to be a force for good in communities across the nation. For more information on the People Ready Force for Good Challenge, visit peopleready.com. And what it's all about is if a driver wins on 3 different types of tracks, you win that $1 million. And in the spirit of the race and the spirit of giving at the 500, People Ready is doubling the usual $10,000 Force for Good award for the winner to $20,000, which can be donated to the driver's charity of choice or split between them. But the big prize is $1 million for the first to win on 3 different types of track. And Joseph Newgarden is 2/3 of the way there. And that will carry on all throughout the season. So will somebody do it in 2022? Scott Dixon in the PNC Bank Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing has led 38 laps as we fast approach the halfway mark.
And a difficult situation here for Dixon and Daly because they're just sort of outside the fuel window to make it on 3 stops because they pitted right before the yellow on the last round of stops. Everybody behind them, O'Ward on down, has about 4 laps to the good advantage on fuel to Dixon and Daly.
Let's talk about Takuma Sato, the 2-time Indy 500 winner with Dave Burns.
And Lee, when he went to Dale Coyne Racing with Rick Ware Racing, a lot of people wondered why you would go to such a small team. And he said the passion that these people have for the Indy 500 and the fast cars that they bring, That's why I want to go there. Everything has proven that, Marty, as he led most of the practice sessions last week at the top of the chart.
Hey, Dave, the point Townsend brought up a moment ago is so key, starting to creep into the conversation for the 9 of Scott Dixon. They know everyone behind them has a little bit better fuel situation. And the interesting thing to me, Townsend, is they're sort of doing this on the fly. It's Honda helping Chevy, Connor Daly helping Scott Dixon. Are they doing it with hand signals? Are they putting the spotters together? How do they make this work so they can save fuel? But your point is right. Everybody behind them has a better fuel situation in the first place.
Well, they're two competing drivers on two different teams, and if Connor Daly's being asked, hey, take turns with Dixon at the front, I don't know. I think I'm happy to just hang back, because it was Daly again last year that led so many laps in this point of the race and really took him out of the mileage game, despite the fun and the thrill and the spectacle of leading the Indy 500.
Yeah, I mean, Marty mentioned Scott Dixon's approach this year. He's been caught out more than once on being conservative and sort of waiting for the right time to pounce. The yellow comes out, the strategy changes, and it's taken away a couple Indy 500 victories for him. So Scott's going to go a different approach now, hammer down. Let's see how this plays out.
Wouldn't it be so cruel if it went the wrong way because of this approach, Diff?
Right. Well, they've tried every approach. 3 of the top 5 are Chip Ganassi racing cars, which is emblematic of the way qualifying went and the way that the final practice on Carb Day went. Here's the American Legion Honda of Tony Kanaan, series champion and Indy 500 winner. And similar to his longtime Brazilian mate, Helio Castro Neves, these guys, their age is no barrier. They are ageless. Tony's been racing a variety of cars. He's still doing his triathlons and Ironmans. The father of 4. He brought 2 of his 4 kids up onto the driver introduction stage and just lives for this event. Now, as an official charity of IndyCar and Chip Ganassi Racing, American Legion is encouraging fans to support our veterans now more than ever. Text HONOR-VETS to 41444 or visit legion.org to show your support. Which maybe show your support for Tony Kanaan as well. He's running in the top 5.
Just behind Tony Kanaan is Santino Ferrucci, driving for Dreyer Reinbold Racing. You got to remember, this team and this driver, this is the only race they do this year. It is a huge accomplishment, the pace that they have shown already, but also how well Ferrucci has raced his way to the front, and on pit lane, this team, this little team from Indianapolis, outperformed some of the biggest names in the sport and jumped up 3 spots. And Dave, they are having a perfect day so far.
The track that he does so well at. And Townsend, some of our viewers may have noticed, why is he the only one with what you may have called in recent times the limo tint, right? That tinted glass, a little wiggle there from him, nice catch. And it is because he says he has sensitive eyes, and he asked the team, hey, can we tint the aero screen on my race car, and I'll wear a clear shield on my helmet. That's what they've done. It's worked out well for him. In fact, he thought others may copy it, but I don't see anybody else on the track that's doing that. So Ferrucci with the limo tint and now running in 6th place.
Well, we mentioned earlier in the broadcast that Santino was involved with an incident with David Malukas on the final practice on Carb Day on Friday, and it was just one of those awkward situations heading into turn 1. It could have involved both cars being damaged. Unfortunately, it was David Malukas' car that was damaged. Check this out, but the positive is, here it is, turn 1, Malukas on the inside, Ferrucci coming down, Malukas going up. This is how it ended, with a cut-down tyre, and then the Dale Coyne with HMD Motorsport team had to go to work. But both of these young men are running well. The teams, respective teams, have done a great job. Ferrucci running in 6th, the rookie, Malukas, running in 13th. Highest placed rookie in the field. Could Santino Ferrucci give Dreyer and Reinbold Racing their best Indy 500 result ever? We'll find out. Halfway there, as Pato O'Ward has taken 2nd place. Want to remind all you race fans that all season long, grab your mobile device and scan the QR code on the screen for a chance to win $25,000 from Hy-Vee. Scan the code, register at HyVdeals.com for your chance to win the big prize. So Pato O'Ward's got his eyes on the big prize. He slid into 2nd, Dave Burns. Connor Daly is in.
They're going to take some front wing out for Connor Daly, and they will change the 4 tires. Very good balance for him. He likes it. He likes being up front there. Remember, he told us he gained knowledge last year running in the top 5.
Romain Grosjean crashes out of the Indianapolis 500.
Another massive hit Is that at the exit of turn 2?
I believe it is.
Turn 2.
It's got all 3.
Has really been a handful today.
Yeah.
The DHL Honda
Sorry, guys.
for Andretti Autosport comes to rest there. Not too far beyond the pit exit. The word "sorry, guys" from Romain Grosjean.
It's good to hear Romain on the radio. Yeah, I think these wins are really picking up, Townsend. That's late in the tire stint, right? You're really losing the grip in that tire. The car's starting to slide around more in that dirty air. Track temp at 115 degrees now as we see Romain get out of the car. So these are the toughest part to hold on to.
Well, it's the end of the stint, and just a couple laps maybe until Grosjean was coming into the pits. And let's take a replay and try to figure out exactly what the driver of the 28 was dealing with. And like we've seen from VK and Ilott, the 2 drivers that crashed earlier, the rear end just steps out in traffic, and that is a massive left side hit. As you see suspension arms, steering arms, big pieces of debris going down the racetrack.
View from Graham Rahal.
Wow. You could hear the debris pinging off the car. It just shows you how much stuff comes off, carbon fiber bits, metal bits. But again, that was a very late snap. It's really happening late in the corner, but look at it in full speed.
That steering arm, you can just see it bouncing there, lower left-hand corner of the screen. Luckily, nobody hit that, because that can go right through an oil cooler, a radiator, take out a wing.
And look at the dejection, the body language there. There's no worse feeling. You never want a DNF in a race, but I can't tell you guys how much more the Indy 500 means to these drivers, it means to these teams. And when it goes right, it is so much better a high, so much more elation. But when it goes wrong, the disappointment is crushing.
Well, I think the 36-year-old father of 3, Marty, thought that he had a chance. He was hanging in there. He made it to half race distance. He was getting the groove of Indy. Unfortunately, it's all over.
Good to see that he is okay. Unbelievably, same song, second verse for Chip Ganassi Racing. Scott Dixon was coming down pit road. There you see his wife, Emma, in angst right now. They were coming down pit road that lap. They are not sure if he can make it back. Just like his teammate Alex Palou earlier in this race, they're not sure if he can make it back before pit road is open. Dixon doing all he can, shades of last year for this race team. And there you go, pits are open. It's going to work out for Dixon. How about that, Div?
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Big break.
Big sigh of relief.
You can hear Scott Dixon just coasting. He'll drop the clutch, accelerate a little bit. Here we go, accelerate. And then,
copy that.
and then pull the clutch to just coast in and keep that engine revving as low as possible to use as little fuel as possible. But mercifully, the pits are open, and Scott Dixon avoids the same fate as his teammate Alex Palou, and he will lead the field into the pits.
Hey, maybe it's this new helmet design. Maybe that's going to be the change in fortune.
There you go, new colors.
Halfway, just past halfway in this race, and this is where the best in the business are going to go over the wall and compete to get their drivers forward, or a small mistake can put you way back, Dave.
Something that can help out is the fact that Tony Kanaan doesn't want any changes to his American Legion car. The 1 car comes to pit road. They'll just change the tires. They'll put fuel in. Marcus Ericsson as well. No complaints right now, but he does want to put... No complaints from him right now. Marty?
Pat O'Ward very happy with the handling of his car, and he has been patient, uber patient all day long, kind of sitting there stalking the leaders. And this might be the break that Scott Dixon needed to finally get back to victory lane at Indianapolis. Who knows? They asked him, can you stand to peel more downforce off of it? He said, we've got to try it. It's getting hotter and windier. That's going to mean a handful for Scott Dixon, Diff.
Great race off pit road for Felix Rosenquist and Ed Carpenter and Santino Ferrucci. Remember Tony Kanaan's words, there's 2 races. The first is to lap 180, the second one is the final 20. Grosjean out. NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 brought to you by Honda, an official vehicle of the NTT IndyCar Series, and by People Ready, partner of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, an official staffing solutions provider of the NTT IndyCar Series. What a beautiful day, but what a dramatic race. 3 big crash outs. Rinus VeeKay, Callum Ilott, And Mike, the latest, Romain Grosjean.
Yeah, and all incidents happening in turn 2, and where our Peacock pick box is, we're turn 1 right here and going into 2. And before that incident happened with Grosjean, you were pointing, I couldn't figure out what you were pointing at, but then I saw it after we saw the incident with Romain Grosjean.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there are any issues with tires here or not, but out of the corner of my eye, I just saw something flying, and then, you know, maybe 15 seconds later, the caution came out for Grosjean, and there was chunks of rubber sitting inside of turn 1, and then I saw some on the exit of 2, and, you know, that might be normal, but man, they looked a little bit bigger than normal. So these accidents seem to be happening late in the stint, right at the end. So I don't know. Maybe somebody from pit road's got some eyes on some tires down there, but it's definitely turn 2's catching people out, and it always does every single year. Turn 2 is such a tough corner. The entry, you have to turn it in a little bit early, and there's a little bump in the middle, and it's the trickiest one.
Yeah, and I think the wind may be playing a bit of a role as well, as it has shifted from head-on down the front straightaway to now almost head-on into turn 2. So that wind is 16 to 20 mile an hour gusts, now right on the nose, pinning the nose as they enter turn 2.
Lap 111, run under yellow. Rutledge Wood, what are you up to here in this beautiful facility?
Mike, I'm up here on top of the pagoda and got an incredible view of these 300,000 fans that are here today. They were on their feet when that local boy, Connor Daly, took over. You know, it reminds me of another local boy that showed up at this track when he was a young man. That'd be him right over there, Roger Penske. He showed up here when he was a boy and decided, man, I've got to be a part of racing. I love this. Here he is watching every single lap diff. He loves it still today. Amazing all the work he's done to put us here today.
His son Greg to his left, and what the captain has done as far as the commitment to this venue and to this sport. And in a beautiful family moment, Roger said earlier this week, I just hope my dad is looking down on me saying, you did well, son, you did well. And as I said right at the beginning of this broadcast, the sport owes a debt of gratitude to Roger for keeping this facility alive and healthy, and the sport alive and healthy during 2 very trying years of the global pandemic. And here we are able to celebrate in the style that we've been accustomed to over many, many years, except for 2020 and 2021. It's back, it feels normal on a beautiful Indiana day.
A beautiful, clear day, but that allows that sun continue to bake this surface. Track temp now up to 117. Fresh tires, full fuel, and a hometown hero going to take the green.
When Connor Daly viewed last year's race and the first time the reaction of the fans, seeing him take the lead, he kind of half teared up. Well, no time for tearing up now. It's time to go to work, and you have got Scott Dixon all over your tail. Let's go back racing. Connor Daly in the lead for now. Here comes Dixon.
Outside. Incredible jump from Scott Dixon.
Pato Award. Santino Ferrucci. My goodness. Around the outside of Scott Dixon, is it going to work?
Wow, brave move from Ferrucci. Are you kidding me? Pushing the 6-time champ to the high side of turn 1.
Thought about keeping it there in turn 2. Discretion got the better part of Valor's Alexander Rossi in the middle of a 3-wide down the back straight. Sage Karam and Scott McLaughlin involved there.
And while Pablo Montoya was following Karam through, they were just touching the edge of the grass.
Ferrucci got up to 4th in that limo tint number 23, and it wasn't enough. He wanted more. Now he has to check up, and here comes Felix Rosenqvist in that used car, but Dixon to the front again.
This back and forth, this tag, this is Rosenqvist. Oh. Rosenqvist thought about it on Ferrucci. No chance.
Ferrucci shutting the door hard there, showing that he has showed up to win this race. He is not going to be pushed around by the series regulars, and he is doing a phenomenal job. Aggressive when he needs to be, patient when it counts. This is a great, great drive from Santino so far.
That 23-year-old driver with a sensational record. He's made 3 previous starts. He's finished 7th, 4th, and 6th. Doing it all part-time. I mean, he just doesn't have, he did 1 season full-time in IndyCar, the rest of them part-time showings.
Here we go, look at this. Rosenqvist is lining him up, tried the inside last time, now the outside into 1. The Swedish driver makes that stick beautifully.
That was a great move from Felix Rosenqvist, and that's the kind of move you might have to pull off late in this race if you're battling for the lead. Driver defending to the inside, making that outside work. Marty Snyder, what do you know?
Well, Felix Rosenqvist has a lot to fight for, Hinch. He is not under contract with Arrow McLaren for next year, and he told me at the beginning of the month, I know I need a good month, I need a good finish in the 500, so maybe a little more aggressive than normal. You're seeing out of that 7 car today. Rosenqvist fighting for his job, he feels like, this afternoon.
And he's doing a great job right now after a pit stop. You've got fresh Firestones on the car. The car's got a little more grip. You can be a bit racier for these first 10 or so laps, Townsend, until the tires start to wear, and you have to back off and protect your car a little more.
And still, with just over 80 laps to go, it's, I don't think, ever too early to start trying to jockey for position for the end of this thing, especially as strung out as it gets mid-stint. Look at Takuma Sato in that purple and white car going to the outside of Ed Carpenter.
Still in line.
Watch this replay, Connor Daly.
Still in line.
High side of Ferrucci, they touch.
Still there.
Oh, pretty good shoulder-to-shoulder contact.
Little hip check. You just see here, Santino tries to fade up a little bit, almost the same way he faded down in practice against David Malukas. Luckily, it was tire to side pod and not tire to tire, so both guys got away with one there.
And the way that carrying the sponsorship of the Screamin' Sicilian, I think he might have been screaming in there after that.
Some spice in that thing. The way Dixon is racing at the front, though, guys, suggests that he and his team know we think we can make it on 2 more stops and good with fuel. So I think Dixon, like we talked about, just wants to stay at the front at this point. Kev.
It's good to see Callum Ilott come out of the IU Health Infield Care Center. You got your right wrist wrapped up. How are you? That was a nasty looking crash.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hard hit, and then I hit again on the inside, but all okay. They checked me over, and obviously a little bit of an issue with the right hand, but we'll see how it is in a couple of days. But yeah, big thanks to the safety team, obviously the safety barrier as well, but sorry for the team as well, because, you know, it wasn't running too bad up until then.
Thank you. Good to see you're okay.
Good news there. It is Scott Dixon in his PNC Bank Honda being chased down by 3 Chevrolets. Will this stay for Dixon, who has now led 60 laps on the day? It's the one that competitors dream of, the 77th US Women's Open, presented by ProMedica. That's next Thursday through Sunday. Watch the best golfers compete on NBC USA and on Peacock. Uninterrupted coverage presented by Rolex. Welcome back, as we want to say thanks to Honda for this beautiful aerial coverage here at the Brickyard, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We have just 78 laps to go on a race that has offered so much, and there's still so much more to come. Which of these storylines is going to unfold? Will it finally be Scott Dixon's day? Pato Award, Connor Daly, Felix Rosenquist, Santino Ferrucci. It's time for an axe through the field. Hey, Dave Burns, where are you going to start?
Well, let's start with Tony Kanaan, one of the most popular drivers in the sport. What an interesting group working on his car this weekend. The strategist, well, he's the chief operating officer of Chip Ganassi. The engineer, director of performance. The other engineer, Chip Ganassi Racing IMSA DPI winner this year in Danielle, and she will be working on that car, trying to help them get to victory late today. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Who's trying to help TK win here again at the Brickyard? As for the 8 of Marcus Ericsson, his forte has been road courses. He was a Formula One driver and, of course, did so well before he came over here. Why IndyCar? There were opportunities over in Europe, but he said, this racing looks fun. I want to do it, and he's adapted to ovals, especially in his career, hoping to win the Indy 500 today. And Takuma Sato, already a 2-time winner here at the Brickyard. Remember, this place has been very friendly to him. Back when Sato was in Formula One, he stood on the podium here on the road course one day, Marty. It's always been friendly to Takuma.
Hey, Dave, a little while ago you heard Dale Jr. mention the wind has kind of shifted here, and that is playing havoc with Ed Carpenter in the 33 car back there. His biggest problem earlier in the race was turn 4, too much understeer. Now it's in turn 2, but you have to think, Kevin, as it gets hotter and slicker here at Indy today, that's going to play into Carpenter's hands.
Marty, don't count out that pink Auto Nation car of Simon Pagenaud in Sirius XM. Started 16th, has moved up to 10th. He told me this morning, the hotter the better. We just want to hang in there, and our chassis is good. We think we can be a player late in this race, Dave.
And Kevin, it's funny that Pagenaud likes it hotter because his teammate Castro Neves does as well, said that the hotter temps are going to be better. His strategist said that too. Adam Robazzini likes it hotter because he thinks that helps the experienced guys like Elio know how to manipulate the balance and keep the tires underneath them. Elio wants a front wing change on the next stop. That'll be his first adjustment all day in this 06 car as he's charged from 27th to 11th. And behind him, a nice run for Sage Karam. Talked about his teammate Santino Ferrucci in the top 5. Sage, another one of the drivers Meyer and Reinbold cars feels like this is his best shot ever in 8 starts at winning this race. They worked all month to get good in traffic, have a nice balance there, but the biggest help has been the addition of Santino, who helped develop their race car and in balance in race traffic, and so far it's paid off because both those cars, Santino and Sage, are running strong.
And Dylan, both Ferrucci and Karam like the same characteristics. They like the same car, but everybody should be put on alert by this guy.
He's 11th right now, but it's not without challenges. If you look closely here, you're going to see something flapping around just over Castro Neves' right shoulder. That is the air inlet hose that is providing important and critical cooling air for Castro Neves. Here you see it winging around in the onboard, and on a day when the track temp is almost 120 degrees, Dylan, it's a long way to go for Castro Neves. It has to be hot in that cockpit.
And it is, but Elio, to his credit, has not said much about it. But what's interesting about that is he acknowledged it really early in this race, and he and the team opted to not do anything about it. He acknowledged it was loose, and they just left it alone. So he's had the opportunity throughout this race to get it reattached, but they wanted to save time on pit road, didn't readjust it, and we'll see if Elio's able to hang on to that race car here over the final 73 laps. But it is hot down here and in that cockpit.
And even though it's an open top to the aero screen, you're not getting that wind against the helmet like you used to. You're not getting that airflow. And compared to pre-aero screen, these cars are so much hotter on an 81-degree day here in Indianapolis. Sat in the car for 3 hours wearing a 4-layer Nomex suit. It gets warm.
Luckily, though, James, he is getting water. So you got water hose down below. Air hose should be connected up top. So no air flow, but he's got water flow.
72 laps to go. Scott Dixon leads, Elio Castro Neves in touch, and in between, a whole bunch of stories. NBC's coverage of the Indy 500 is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Hy-Vee, proud sponsor of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. Hy-Vee, making lives easier, healthier, and happier. And by Firestone Tires, for driving IndyCar legends. One of the big crashes we've seen today was that of former F1 driver Romain Grosjean, rookie here at the Indy 500. Kevin Lee, how is he?
He is fine. We cleared that up first, so that's good to see. First experience, unfortunately, comes to an early end. What happened?
The car spun. I don't know why. No warning on that corner. No issue. It was actually pretty good in 1 and 2. 3 and 4 was a bit more tricky, but 1 and 2 was pretty good. So I'm actually looking forward to go and see the data, try to understand, because I wasn't expecting anything bad on that corner, and obviously I spun without any warning.
Thank you, Ramon.
So, Scott Dixon, who has led the majority of this race, 75 laps to be precise, has just notched up another record in his illustrious career. He is now the all-time lap leader here at the Indianapolis 500, surpasses a 4-time winner, the late Al Unser, who sadly we lost last year. Scott now owns that title. So all the omens are heading his way, but will it be Dixon's day?
There's only one stat Dixon cares about, and that's race wins, especially Indy 500 wins. He's been so dominant here, as you see in the stats, but just one win to the credit. We've talked about it. Dixon having a perfect day in the second half of this race, and the gap, James, to award in second place is starting to open up. You can tell the drivers are starting to struggle with the higher temperature to hang on to the car in front of them.
I think it's exactly right, Townsend. As the track temperature creeps up, we're at 118 degrees now, hottest we've seen. It's really going to affect the handling of these race cars, Marty.
And I think everyone, Hinch, in the top 5 is talking about the handling of their car right now. And remember on the last stop, Scott Dixon and his team peeled off some downforce. They said, is it okay? Can we go more? He said, it's sketchy enough right now. And at the end of the run, that's where you're really hanging on. I think the biggest thing for Dixon right now is that the fuel game, Townsend, has really kind of equaled out. So now he can run hard. They know they can do it on the stops they need to do that are equal with the rest of the field. Dixon very happy with the handling, but hanging on at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have to save fuel, you absolutely want to be in that clean air as a driver. It makes the car more balanced. It helps take care of the tires better. So without fuel concerns, this is absolutely the place to be, as we see the 26 Gamebridge Honda of Colton Herta being pushed back. We're hearing it's a throttle sensor on that car that's creating the issues as bad day got worse for Colton here.
Prior to Carb Day, and regardless of where he qualified, you're looking at somebody we could have called a favorite. Until that big crash, just 2 days ago. And how things have gone so south for the youngster who turned on a driving clinic here just a few weeks ago in the GMR Grand Prix of Indianapolis in treacherous conditions. It has not worked out for Colton Herta.
The leader, Scott Dixon, comes to pit road at Indianapolis with 59 to go. He has led 82 laps today, kept it out front this entire run. He did say this set of tires just not as good. Everyone's struggling with how hot this racetrack is getting. They, in fact, asked Dixon, can you peel off more downforce? He said, it's sketchy enough the way it is right now. Those firestones going on. Drivers also asking for a tear-off. You saw that for the clear vision. One more stop to go for Scott Dixon, but looking good so far.
That's what you want. Picture perfect stop. All 4 tires went on cleanly. Fuel got plugged in one time. Dixon down and away.
And no changes. There were no wing adjustments that time, so he's happy with the balance, even though the grip level's getting down again as we talk about the track temperature coming up.
You know what that looked like? That looked like the 4 laps he did in qualifying to get his 5th pole. That was so smooth. Here's Connor Daly.
Not to make Daly nervous, but before he came in, they told him this is a big one. He hits his marks perfectly. The crew is doing their job. They talked about a big adjustment, but they waved it off at the last minute.
Yeah, it looked like the mechanic got his hand on the adjustment at the front of the nose there, but didn't actually turn it. It's like he was, wait,
don't touch that.
Go, don't go,
Let's go.
This is the hustle right here. Off the pit speed button. Be very careful, but be aggressive here. Connor Daly laying down the power. Here comes Scott Dixon. Dixon's already pitted 1 lap ago. They'll blend on the back straight.
Dixon's going to have this fairly comfortably.
Connor's just got to tuck in, grab the draft, and keep it flat in turn 3.
Felix Rosenqvist having a solid top 5 day here in the second half of the race of the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500. He said, man, it was really loose on that run. So they undid all the adjustments they made on the stop before. Felix Rosenqvist trying to hang there in the top 5. His teammate Pat O'Ward will pit here on this lap.
And as Rosenqvist comes out, you're going to see Dixon and Daly, like clockwork there. They're going to come through turn 2 at full song. It looks like Rosenqvist had a pretty good stop here, James.
They did, and look at the advantage of running longer. Clears both the 9 and the 20, which means Pato O'Ward, who's still on track, or he's in the pits now. It'll be interesting to see where he comes out.
How does Dixon play it? Dixon backs off there. Marty O'Ward now in the pits.
On pit road saying my turn 3 is really, really bad. A bit of a longer stop here for the 5. We'll see where O'Ward shakes out after this green flag stop.
This could be the drive that defines Felix Rosenqvist's future. Here comes Dixon to the lead. Rounds the Arrow McLaren SP Chevy up. The PNC Bank Honda back to the lead.
And
now,
here comes O'Ward.
Here we go. And Ferrucci is released as well. But look up at the top of your screen. There goes Pato O'Ward.
Dixon off at 2. That's speed.
That's more of a gap than what Rosenqvist had.
Rosenqvist was good, but O'Ward was great on the in and out lap. How does Dixon play this now? Is he going to try to stay where he's been all day long and force his way back to the front? Dave, what's going on with Kanai?
No changes to his car again. Townsend very happy with that. What can he do to make his way forward and blend back in a little closer to that lead group this time?
Here is that lead group, and O'Ward's been able to stay there for now.
Kanan dropping way back. There was an issue, it looked like maybe on the right front. The top 4 cars pulling away as Tony Kanaan blends out.
And guys, remember, Pato O'Ward even had a bit of a slow exit from that pit stop, so it sounded like it was close to stalling even, and it just shows you the power of the overcut, that running an extra lap, 2 laps longer, you're doing that lap on track at speed compared to the cars that are going down pit lane and then coming up to speed on their out lap. It was a huge advantage, and now Scott Dixon's probably thinking, maybe I need to sit here, save this fuel for the next round of pit stops, the last round of pit stops. I can do the overcut to get back out in front.
Traffic up ahead for Pato O'Ward. I think it was Dalton Kellett in the K-Line Insulators Chevy. Yes, it is. There he is at the bottom of our screen.
So let's take a close look here at what the pit stop competition looked like during the green flag stops. Thanks to NTT, we get this pit time differential. As you see, Dixon, good on the in-lap, good on the time on pit lane. But O'Ward had the advantage in the box and on the outlap, and the overall advantage there in green for Pato O'Ward. Thanks to NTT for that comparison. 1.1 seconds to the good for the young Mexican driver.
And remember, 1.1 seconds at 218 miles an hour. That's a lot of track distance.
How about this, Dick? This might negate it. Dalton Kellett.
That's the traffic we were talking about. Stephen Wilson also up ahead. Well, I have to say that those 2 stops on that particular cycle from Arrow McLaren SP were fantastic. And the man you hear on the radio to Pato Award all the time is Taylor Kyle. Taylor was a high school and collegiate footballer, but at high school he was coached by Coach Tom Allen, who is now the head coach at Indiana University, the man who's got IU football kind of back on into playoff football. Last season wasn't so good. He's looking to get it back. And that guy there says, I get all of my discipline cues, my organizational cues, my competitive cues from Coach Tom Allen. He digs all the way back to high school. And Coach Allen was here on the grounds of the Speedway during the month of May. Maybe he's drawing on that discipline to drive this team forward.
And standing next to Kyle there, CEO of McLaren Racing, Zach Brown, has 2 teams racing this weekend, one in Monaco in Formula One and one here in Indy. As Rosenquist just narrowly gets by, there's Zach Brown. Had a chance to catch up with Zach last night at dinner, and he asked me, Townsend, who do you like? He said, you don't have to pick my drivers. I said, I think O'Ward looks very strong. He smiled, nodded like he knew the answer before he asked the question.
A new contract through the end of 2025 has given this young man great confidence and calm. And maybe just now we're seeing it. As you will have already seen at home, there is a 4th yellow for a 4th crash. Unfortunately for Team Penske, it is Scott McLaughlin who was the highest running of the Team Penske Chevrolet drivers. This is what happened to the driver of the yellow submarine. Wow, that is big.
Wicked wiggle at the apex of turn 4. That could have been
turn 3,
even worse. Sorry, 3.
He stopped in turn 4 because of the speed you're carrying. And I'll tell you what, guys, once you hit the first time and get rid of that crash structure, when you go in a second time, the same way Callum Islet did and the way Scott McLaughlin's doing it right here, that second impact hurts so much.
Watch how close Carpenter is.
Just stuck to the inside. I'll tell you what, had he not caught that first one and gotten the nose back, it could have looked a lot like your crash in turn 3 back in the day, James. That was a brutal angle at a huge entry speed. Great to see him, McLaughlin, up, standing under his own power, and a thumbs up to the fans.
His mum and dad and sister have made the trip over from New Zealand and Australia respectively. They hadn't seen Scott in some 3 years. A bunch of his buddies from Australia have made the trip over as well, and unfortunately it has come to an end inside the last quarter of the race very abruptly. So the AMR safety team go to work yet again. We've still got lots to come of the Indy 500 presented by Firestone. That's how much energy we have here in Indianapolis. The Snake Pit is back. Indy is here. The crowd is back. And it is a beautiful sight. Unfortunately, the flip side to that is there are some casualties of this race. Colton Herta is one. Kevin Lee has more.
Well, unfortunately, a brand new race car, so no one was certain what it was going to be for Colton Herta, and unfortunately, it was a handful. Ultimately, what ended your day?
We just weren't fast enough. They parked us because we were slow, and yeah, it was a handful. We were so loose, loose as I've ever been on an oval like that. So it wasn't a lot of fun, but yeah, disappointing. Happy that that Gamebridge and Honda were part of this, but it sucks that we weren't able to finish. And yeah, now all you can really think about is what if Friday didn't happen? What would have? So it's disappointing.
Thank you, Colton.
Thanks.
That's tough to take for Colton Herta. Get ready. This restart is going to be off the wall. You won't want to miss it.
This is the big one, but the NTT IndyCar Series rolls on. USA and Peacock next week. One last time at Belle Isle for the Detroit Grand Prix next Sunday, 3 Eastern on USA and Peacock. That race will go to the great streets of downtown Detroit in 2023. Here at Indy, with all the fans back, all 325,000 plus, Snake Pit going, fans going, We've got 43 to go here in this Indianapolis 500. A couple of big storylines. Jimmy Johnson, talking about the third man who might be able to win the Daytona in the Indy 500. He is 24th. Helio Castroneves, drive for 5, is still alive. He is 9th. Scott Dixon in second. Pato O'Ward leads. What are you looking at here the next 40 laps or so?
Looking at what kind of changes are made and how does that affect the car. Are they making the right changes at this point in time, or are they going backwards?
I think this caution absolutely opens up a lot of different strategies for guys that are in the back half of the field. And also Dixon, he's been pulling downforce off that car, and he's lost the lead. He needs that clean air. Diff.
Junior, this is going to be crazy. Pato O'Ward leading Scott Dixon, and then you've got Steph Wilson, who's a lap car. Then he's got Felix Rosenquist right behind. Connor Daly, Santino Ferrucci. Look, Ferrucci's already getting ready to make a move on Connor Daly. And then Daly is gapping him, like holding him back. Let's go back here. 43 to go in the Indy 500.
It's the Hunger Games in Indy as everybody wants to take advantage of this restart. 4 to 5 wide mid-pack.
All clear there. Ericsson and Ferrucci, they go into turn 1 side by side.
Guys, we saw right there as they're mixing it up in the back exactly why Scott Dixon was on the pole. The speed out of that blue and orange PNC Bank car drove right by the McLaren of Pato O'Ward to easily take the point into turn 1 as they're 3 wide.
Sage Karam on the grass.
That's Alexander Rossi going 3 wide into turn 3.
In the grass after a 30 there. He just turned down on it.
Hey guys, let's talk about Alex Palou. He's up to P12 right now after his early woes. He was down in the high 20s, slowly, methodically, the way we've seen him do it time and time again. He's working his way back up as Ericsson goes to the inside of Steph Wilson.
And you heard the radio from Sage Karam saying, Palou just put me on the grass. We knew it was going to be crazy, maybe not that crazy.
Watching Helio Castroneves there, as that is a sketchy move from Juan Pablo Montoya in the short shoot on Sage Karam. Caught Karam a little bit asleep there. You would never expect that. As Karam tells you what he thinks, and meanwhile, Karam getting together with Kyle Kirkwood there on the back straightaway.
Yeah, that move caught Karam so off guard, had to get out of the throttle big time, set up the run for Kyle Kirkwood, and then a little argy-bargy down the back straight into 3.
I have had Montoya do that to me in 1 and 2, and it is unnerving. This is what happened in the 3. Look at the bold move from the 27 Napa of Alex Rossi.
Inside of Tony Kanaan and Santino Ferrucci. Meanwhile, bottom of the screen there was Karam on the grass. So up front, Scott Dixon, Pato O'Ward going at it. O'Ward ducks to the inside.
You're clear.
There has never been a Mexican driver win the Indianapolis 500. Could it be Patricio O'Ward's day today? To go.
And how about this run from Alexander Rossi, guys, up to P6, a 20th place starting position for that pink and blue Napa Auto Parts, Auto Nation, Honda for Andretti Autosport. He was not happy with his car on Kart Day, but he is definitely happy with this 27 machine today, making moves the way we've seen him do in the past here, Townsend.
This guy wins the Indy 500 his rookie year back in 2016. He's a front runner the next couple of seasons. Then he goes on a 2 to 3 year dry spell, really struggling for results. He's back where he's used to being in Indy, but at the front, it is starting to get fierce between O'Ward and Dixon. Fuel, not an issue. There's going to be one more stop for all these front runners. It's all about track position for the end.
So if I'm Scott Dixon, I'm looking at what happened in the last set of pit stops. Pato O'Ward saved fuel running behind Scott, was able to run longer, and then was able to jump him in that pit sequence, Marty Snyder. I think that's what Scott Dixon is looking at doing right now.
And Hinch, with 38 to go, this could shape up to be a family battle for the win here at Indianapolis. Well, how's that the case with Pato O'Ward and Scott Dixon? Well, the strategist for Pato O'Ward is Taylor Kyle, and his stepdad is Mike Hull, the strategist for Scott Dixon. So the family meeting after this is going to be very interesting, Diff.
There is Mike, bottom box on the right-hand side, an industry veteran, the managing director of Chip Ganassi Racing, the man who's been the voice in Scott Dixon's ear for so long. Dixon has been at this team for more than half of his life. But today, he does not want to finish second for a 4th time at Indy. He wants to add to that 2008 victory and be a multi-time Indianapolis 500 winner.
No drivers led more laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway than Scott Dixon as of today, and I know that Pato Award knows that as he's looking now.
Scott Dixon back to the front in turn 1, 35 laps to go.
He's going to head home to New Zealand at the end of the season. Reason being, because of the global pandemic and travel restrictions, the majority of his family down there haven't even met his son. Of course, his girls are a lot older. They haven't met little Kit yet. And that is really hitting home to him. So Emma, his wife, and all 3 kids are going to head to New Zealand at the end of the season. Be nice if he could go down there as a 2-time Indy 500 winner.
Probably going to see last stops in about another 5 or 6 laps would be my guess. Dixon continues to lead as you see the career win summary for the current running order. No contest until you get down to Castroneves there, just on the tail end of the top 10. Kanaan with 17, but it's Scotty D with 51. Nobody has more experience leading at Indy. Nobody has more experience leading at the finish in IndyCar.
And look, within the top 5, we've got 2 Swedish drivers. Until Marcus Ericsson came to this sport, there've never been 2 Swedish drivers. Kenny Brack was the most notable Swedish driver in IndyCar, and Kenny is here today. Imagine if he could witness another Swedish victory at the Brickyard. All right, so the 4th crash out was Team Penske's Scott McLaughlin. Let's see if Scotty Mac's okay.
And it was a hard hit. Are you okay? And what happened?
Yeah, it's certainly just bruised ego, really gutted for everyone on the Pennzoil Chevy. We had a fast race car today, and it's coming up through the pack, and we were running really strong there. And yeah, I just got caught by a gust of wind, and yeah, just hadn't been in clean air for a while, and it just caught me, and it snapped around, hit the fence, and then the worst hit was probably the 2nd hit. So yeah, you got his first crash here, but you know, unfortunately, it's how it happens, and really gutted for everyone.
Scott.
Going to have big points implications as well, unfortunately, for the 1-time series leader, McLaughlin, because double points on the line here at the Indianapolis 500. 33 laps to go.
Connor Daly still doing a great job hanging on there in the top 5 for Ed Carpenter Racing. His blue and gold Bit Nile car just ahead of Marcus Ericsson. The McLaren team running 2nd and 3rd, though. Very strong running from this group.
How are we going on the manufacturer distribution? It's a Honda leading a Chevy, then a Honda of Ericsson, another Honda of Rossi and Kanaan, and then a Chevy of Ferrucci, followed by a couple of Hondas of the Meyer Shank gang.
I'd say pretty balanced between Honda and Chevy as Ed Carpenter peels off for the group. First car to make the last stop with 31 laps to go. Marty, Ed's coming to you.
Yeah, he can make it to the end from here, Townsend, but it's been a handful for the Indianapolis native, just hanging on to the car. I've heard that from Scott Dixon. I've heard it from Pato Award. The heat and also the wind, which is really whipping now, going to be a factor on this last run for sure. You're going to see some changes here on the 33 car as Ed Carpenter, the first to pit last today.
And it's a strategy that could play out. We've seen it work where a yellow comes out at the end of these stints during the pit cycle. That would cycle Ed back to the front if none of the leaders have pit. So not a terrible strategy, but he does go a lap down here, which hurts that.
He does go a lap down. Ed hustling as much as he can to try to not go too many cars a lap down. Dixon continues to lead. When will the leaders pit? Will they pit on the same lap? Will they stagger the laps?
Both these guys have done a decent amount of time up front so far this stint. I wonder how this fuel strategy is going to play out. Who's going to blink first and who's going to have time to go?
This is building for a fabulous final stanza. Remember, 20 to go, it becomes a whole different world. You're watching the final 26 laps of the Indianapolis 500, and this telecast presented by Firestone. Scott Dixon of Chip Ganassi Racing leads Arrow McLaren SP's Pato Award.
During the break, Felix Rosenquist and Alexander Rossi right there just pitted. I think Dixon's probably going to come in this lap as he cheats it down low, indicating to the trailing cars that he might be coming to pit lane.
may have just been trying to get the draft off of Alexander Rossi, who's getting up to speed. We'll see here as the leader comes off of turn 4, and there he goes, Townsend. You nailed it, into pit lane.
O'Ward stays out. Connor Daly looks to be following. Oh, Dixon locks up. Is that going to be a pit speed violation?
That's the first hiccup we have seen from Scott Dixon today on the final stop of the day. Dave Burns.
Told Connor Daly, let's finish this thing off, dude. So Connor Daly brings a 20 car to pit road. He'll go for 4 tires. No big adjustments planned on the 20, Marty.
Davey, think about all the heartache in this race for Scott Dixon in his 20th Indy 500, the last stop of the day. They said, do you want any changes to the car? He said, no, leave it like it is, fresh Firestones. A quick stop from the 9 bunch. He's back out on the racetrack.
See how these guys blend with Felix Rosenqvist, who just passed start-finish and is going to come into view in turn 1 here.
Scott Dixon got caught for speeding, guys. There you go. He's going to have to serve a drive-through penalty.
My goodness.
Unbelievable, Diff. Unbelievable.
First of all, it was Alex Palou entering the pits. And Scott Dixon says, come on, are you serious?
And there goes Felix Rosenqvist to the front of the field at the Indy 500. Dixon, bad luck strikes again. Unbelievable.
Absolutely devastating. The man that's led more laps around the Indy 500 than any other driver in history sees his chance for a win absolutely disappear, pulls off into pit lane to serve what's going to be the longest penalty, most painful penalty of his career.
This is gut-wrenching for the guy who has been perfect this month of May until the final pit stop. Look at his shaking head. He cannot believe it. Here comes Pato O'Ward.
The race is now against his teammate, Marty.
Ironic that Dixon serves his penalty as Pato O'Ward comes down pit road, shoots into his pit stall. He said, man, I am struggling with turn 3. That's my biggest issue. The Firestones, you see the wing adjustment there on the front trying to help turn 3. But what a change of events. They did make Pato aware the 9 has served a penalty. Now it's going to be down to him and his teammate, Felix Rosenqvist.
This is shaping up nicely for the McLaren organization. You see Felix Rosenqvist there entering turn 2. He's going to have the lead by a mile. Behind him, the red and white Husky Chocolates car of Marcus Ericsson, pit on the same lap as Pato, will be effectively third on track. And this is the race right here.
Now you're still going to have a bunch of cars in front of Rosenqvist and O'Ward. These are the guys that are going to try to hang on and make impossible, well, seemingly impossible fuel strategy work and hope for some yellow. But that blend right there with Rosenqvist off of 4 and his teammate O'Ward, those are the guys that have made their last stop. They'll run full rich to the finish.
Let's not discount Alexander Rossi or Connor Daly. So it's Rosenqvist, O'Ward, Ericsson, Rossi, and Daly. We go on board the Bitnile Chevrolet. Let's go for a little ride.
You're running down in front, buddy. Just keep being calm for me. You're going. Gapping on my back. There you go.
What's your assessment on that lap, Hinch?
It looks pretty solid.
Pretty smooth, doesn't it?
These new Firestones are definitely giving Connor Daly a lot of grip in that dirty air from Alexander Rossi. Not quite enough to close all the way, but he is taking advantage of that fresh rubber while he's got it. This is the time to try to strike.
Guys, you have to wonder, how did Rosenqvist gap his teammate Pato O'Ward so well on the last set of stops? Once again, thanks to NTT, here's the pit time difference. Rosenqvist winning on the in-lap. Time on pit lane, time in the box, except the outlap. O'Ward got it by a 10th as Ericsson just got past Pato O'Ward.
Chip Ganassi Racing still has a chance. Penalties to Palou and Dixon took them out of the mix. This is Ericsson. And now it's Swedish driver on Swedish driver for the win at the Indy 500.
The sneaky Swede has done it again. He's hung in and around the top 5, top 10 all day. When it counted, capitalized on mistakes and issues for his teammates and others, and Marcus Ericsson is now 1 car away from leading the Indy 500.
And look at that stat. You don't want to lead with 20 laps to go based on the last 3 years. That's the winner's position, and Ericsson closing on Rosenqvist.
Now on the timing ladder on the left-hand side of your screen, you see all of these drivers ahead of these guys who we are talking about being in the effective lead. They're on a different strategy. They stopped at a different time.
They would need an awful lot of yellow lead to make this race without pitting, as we see two of them, Tony Kanaan and Simon Pagenaud, dive into pit lane, but it's Marcus Ericsson now tracking Felix Rosenqvist right in his wheel tracks. This could be a huge move coming up. Great run off of 4, Townsend.
And Kanaan just pitted in that lead group that you see on the pylon.
Here we go.
This is the lead group on strategy.
Ericsson to the inside. This Husky Chocolate Honda is flying.
Chip Ganassi Racing has demonstrated all day long that on used tires, they are the cars to beat. Ericsson with brilliant balance and technique right to the front.
You're good on fuel to the end.
That's what a driver wants to hear. You're good on fuel with 17 laps to go. Tony Kanaan said it. There's 2 races that happen on Sunday. Lap 1 to 180 and lap 181 to the finish. And in the second part of this race, Marcus Ericsson has shown up in a big way. Dave Burns.
Not going to be easy with lap traffic, Dave. Ericsson to the front stretch. He's got Harvey and Sato.
So as you guys know, there's about 20 weeks between the end of last season and the start of this season. Engineer Brad Goldberg told me that he and Marcus Ericsson use 1 race per week to watch the entire race and then FaceTime from, yes, Indianapolis to Sweden, where Marcus was, and go over everything that they could have done better than they did last year. They have a lot of strategies that they can use as we see cars continuing to pit, but Goldberg felt that all that work that they did over the winter would help them, and it's paying off today with good adjustments on the 8 car.
It's Marcus's 3rd year with Chip Ganassi Racing, and that same engineer that Dave was talking about, Brad Goldberg, said, I've never seen Marcus more complete than this year. 16 laps to go here at Indy.
And look at how good Ericsson's car was in traffic. Pato O'Ward is struggling over a full lap to get around Harvey and Sato, and now Ericsson is stretching the gap. Both the McLaren drivers really, really struggling in dirty air. Ericsson's checked out to about 3 seconds now.
Pato O'Ward finally making the move on Jack Harvey. Tony Kanaan next in line. Kanaan's gotten around Felix Rosenqvist, so another Ganassi car entering the mix.
So Marco Andretti leads, Jimmy Johnson second. They're both going to have to stop very soon.
But look at the gap. Marcus Ericsson at the bottom of your screen. There's Pato O'Ward in second. Tony Kanaan now in 3rd.
Kanaan is charging. Kanaan is making up good ground right now. If he can clear Pato O'Ward diff, Kanaan might have something to say about this at the finish.
This crowd might have something to say about it too.
And guys, he did not think that he had the car to win earlier. In fact, he radioed the crew, guys, I think we just don't have the speed today, but that last stop must have meant something. A slight change can change your day at Indy.
James, you make a great point. You're just pointing to the screen here with me. Absolutely no gurney flap on the back of that McLaren car. The Ganassi cars both running the medium span gurney as Kanaan looks to get by Sato and has to check up.
And I gotta think that might be part of the reason why late in the stint, especially these track temps go up. We're up to 119 degrees track temp. The grip level just bleeds out of the track at those temps, but that wicker, that gurney flap on the back will give you more downforce, help push the car into the racetrack. Pato doesn't have that advantage right now, and it's showing as Ericsson continues to stretch that gap.
That Kanaan car, that white #1, desperately trying to get past Sato as Marco Andretti leads, but Kevin, he's going to have to come in soon.
He does, and so does Jimmy Johnson, so that's going to make it simple to figure out. Marco is coming in this lap. By the way, first time he's led since 2014.
13 laps to go, on board with Johnson as he woes it up in turn 3 for a pit, probably off of 4, but maybe not. Maybe Jimmy Johnson will lead a lap at the Indy 500. He stays out. Why not?
Why not? He's got his teammate Scott Dixon behind him on track. And Johnson clocks a lap lead.
Can you imagine what's going on in Scott Dixon's mind right now? The guy who dominated the day, led almost half the race, and only to fall victim to a pit lane speeding violation.
He'll be kicking himself because the car is so good. He didn't have to get that extra 100th of a second on the braking for the pit speed line.
Yeah, that's going to be something that he'll go to bed at night, every night for the next several nights.
Here
and
comes
just be
Jimmy.
Devastated. Jimmy Johnson in the pits from the lead of the race, which gives Marcus Ericsson another shot at the point. Lap traffic in front, that's the number 4 of Dalton Kellett for AJ Foyt Racing.
Hey, look at this, Hinch. Look at this. Kanaan has cleared Sato. Kanaan has a Ward in his sights. 11 laps to go. Is it enough?
So Johnson pits, that clears that top. And it's as it is. Ericsson, Award, Kanaan. It is a clear race to the end right now.
Oh, he's got a big gap to make up. I'm looking at the timing screen. Nothing but clean air in front of Ericsson. The next car up the track is his teammate, Scott Dixon.
Don't think he's going to catch him, though, guys. And that advantage right now is not insignificant with 10 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500.
Marcus is a 2-time IndyCar race winner, but 2 kind of bizarre races that unfolded. The first was the very first on the streets of Nashville, Tennessee last year, where he started off with his car doing a wheelie. Kind of lucky the car didn't snap in half when it came back down, and he just played the great race, but was patient. Colton Herta crashed, Marcus was there, won the race. Detroit last year was running second to Will Power, late race stoppage, Power's car wouldn't refire, Ericsson went out, won the race. This would be the cleanest and biggest victory of his career.
Ericsson comes across the line at a 219.6, then Award at a 220.5, then Tony Kanaan at a 217 because of lap traffic. Kanaan did a 222 the lap before, so I think in terms of speed right now, Kanaan might have the quickest car, but look at that 5-second gap. Ericsson looking good right now.
Family over from Sweden, girlfriend Iris right there front and center. This is big. He's wearing a helmet dedicated to racing, Swedish racing legend Ronnie Peterson. Boy, oh boy. The guy who did almost 100 Formula One Grand Prix on the day of the Monaco Grand Prix just might find himself an Indy 500 title.
And James, these will be the longest 8 laps of Marcus Ericsson's life. This is where, as a driver, you feel every little nuance and you're thinking, is the balance right? If I adjusted the car just right, how's the tire wear? How's the gearbox, the engine noise? Is it all still gonna hold together with the biggest prize in racing just 7 laps away as he comes to the line?
It's a huge test of just mental strength and focus, Townsend. After 192 laps, you have to still maintain that absolutely millimeter perfect precision. It's so easy to start thinking ahead about what happens on lap 200. He's got to stay in the moment. Just realize he's got clean air in front of him, a nice gap behind him. It is a sweet, sweet position to be in for this, the sneaky sweet, as we call him.
Let's talk about the guy running second. Marty, what's the deal with Pato O'Ward?
And Diff, I cannot imagine how helpless he feels back there right now. Last year, he felt like they didn't adjust on the car enough at the end of the race. He was sitting third, was not able to make a move on Helio Castroneves or Alex Palou. Today, same situation. Said we've absolutely lost the handling of the race car. And Hinch, I think you brought it up, that morning decision not to run that extra wicker. He is struggling with the rear end of that car right now.
And we're just going to watch the Firestone onboard telemetry here as he, oh, crash, Jimmy Johnson in the wall. And this could change everything.
Marcus Ericsson's teammate, Jimmy Johnson. This will bring out the yellow with 6 to go. And we might see a red flag.
It is possible. It's been done before. A red flag could completely change the outcome of this race. Jimmy Johnson, you see him moving. That looks like a big hit on the front end, though, Townsend. That's massive. A very square collision, it looks like. Again, off of turn 2. It's just been the corner that's caught out the most drivers today. Difficult conditions, the AMR safety team on the scene.
See Jimmy moving in the cockpit, working to get out.
And
but yeah, huge front-end impact, Diff.
This is something that was heavily discussed with his wife, Shani, and their daughters about, you know, does he want to do IndyCar ovals? And he said absolutely, and he ran just so well at Texas Motor Speedway earlier this year. Was gaining a lot of experience in his first Indy 500. Led a lap. What happened to Jimmy Johnson?
Whoa!
The car went all the way around so early, it was a completely forward impact.
Oh.
That is one of the worst angles to hit.
But you know what? That nose cone structure did such a great job,
as did the safer barrier,
in absorbing the contact. As you see, Jimmy stays on the throttle, NASCAR style, and I'm afraid that just drives him a little heavier into the fence right there. Turn 2 has swallowed up so many cars. On board with Dixon, Johnson ahead.
That's the second time right in front of Scott Dixon that's happened.
VK was the first.
All
and
right.
Look at these guys.
There is the number 8 team, the Husky Chocolate guys from Chip Ganassi Racing. They can't believe it. This is 2 tenths. So, in the hands of race control, red flag.
Whoa.
Red flag. This changes the game totally.
There is nothing Marcus Ericsson wanted to see less with a 3-second lead and 5 laps to go than a red flag.
And his teammate, Tony Kanaan, right behind in 3rd place, who is renowned for spectacular passing moves.
Guys, so is Alexander Rossi on restarts, who's sitting right there in 5th place. There are quite a few drivers. Alex Palou is up to 8th after everything he's been through, and it's not over yet.
And the last 2 laps, I was watching Tony Kanaan was 2 miles an hour faster on both laps than his teammate Marcus Ericsson. So Kanaan seems to have a really fast race car, and there will be so much aggression when this thing goes back to green as the cars come to pit lane to woe it up and a shootout at the finish.
I remember this happening back in 2014, handful of laps to go, that famous duel between Helio Castroneves and Ryan Hunter-Reay, Ryan taking the win that day. The red came out while leading. His engineer got on the radio, Ray Goslin, and said, hey, look, man, you're the fastest driver in the fastest car. Don't worry about it. And that's the kind of thing that Marcus Ericsson needs to be hearing from his team right now. Here's a flashback to 2014. The famous pass. Deke's right, goes down to the left, drops below the white line into 3. Battling it out across the line.
And that's Ryan Hunter-Reay just beating out Castroneves to drink the milk in the 98th running.
And Captain America is here today to watch this spectacular finish. Now let's take you inside the team of Marcus Ericsson. Have a listen.
Yeah, copy that, buddy. This is your day. Nothing's going to take it from us here. Seriously. Like, seriously. Yeah, 10-4, buddy. This is our day. Don't worry. We're fine here.
And that's exactly it. That's what I'm saying. You got to talk about that sort of coaching from the team. And look at this, guys. This is how much rubber. This is all marks from the marbles, the little bits of rubber that come off the tires after almost 500 miles of driving. That red car looks half black. It's just every front-facing surface is covered in this debris.
And one of the things that can happen is this right here, the duct entry that cools the drivers, that can get jammed up with so much debris and rubber. You can see a big chunk there. And look at Kanaan, it's even more pronounced on a white car.
Look like fighter jets that have gone through a...
I mean, that's Star Wars stuff right there.
I got to tell you, Mike O'Gara, the strategist for Marcus Ericsson, is livid down here because right in front of him has stopped the car of Juan Pablo Montoya right in front of his pit box. Meanwhile, crews cannot go to these cars to service a driver or do the cooling fans and things that they like to do until everyone gets moved up, I believe. So he's livid. He's like, come on, let's move these guys up.
Yeah, this is just not a situation that we see a lot in the IndyCar series. If I remember correctly, the last time, I don't know if it's the last time, it might be the last time, I'm sure our stats guru, Russ Thompson, will correct me, but the last time I remember was Nashville last year. And guys, do you remember who won the Nashville race last year?
Marcus Ericsson. There's Mike O'Gara, long-time Ganassi man.
You got 2 Ganassi cars, 2 McLaren cars running in the top 4. It's a battle of the teams. Ganassi, always known as one of the big 3 with Andretti Autosport and Penske. McLaren desperately wanting to add a 4th to that sort of titan of the sport label. And this could be a huge result to help move him there.
Just watching some of the crew, what they're trying to do, cool down the cars, maybe blow out some of the rubber in the inlets of the side pods.
They're very limited as to what they can do.
Make sure that nothing gets overheated.
So maybe some of you are new to watching IndyCar and the Indy 500. You say, well, why did you have to stop? They could have just kept going around and the race could have finished under caution. That's exactly why we are stopped, for the Jimmy Johnson crash to be cleaned up, because it is IndyCar Race Control's ultimate goal every time to finish under green. To have a race, finish as a race. So while we sit and wait, let's hear the thoughts on the man who was so close to winning the Indianapolis 500, and he still can. But what were his thoughts pre-race?
The whole month, you know, and the history and the sort of build-up and everything that goes on, and just the Speedway, just the feeling of being on the Speedway, and then race day with all the fans, it's just something else. Each year for me it just becomes more and more important, and I understand how big it is, and that's why my desire to win it is just becoming stronger and stronger all the time.
All right, so you saw the passion from Mike O'Gara from the 8 team at Chip Ganassi Racing. Let's hear from him. He's with Dave.
Yeah, and we'll check on a couple of issues here. First of all, you were pretty hot about getting these cars moved down. Was it your thought that they wouldn't be able to get to your car to work on it yet?
Yeah, no, we were the first car to stop, so our electronics were boiling down there. Montoya just shut his car off or something down here, and they wouldn't let our guys approach the car. Similar thing that happened to Will last year, but I wouldn't wish that on anyone. So I just want it to be fair, and we can, have a fair fight here for the last few laps.
And we would like to see a great fair fight. I know you might have been better for you if we'd have just run under caution there. Doesn't always happen like that.
Trust me, I'd rather it stay green and win it by walking away. But we have the speed, and we'll do what we can here on the restart. I think we're going to be strong, and I keep telling Marcus it's his day, and we're going to prove it here in a few minutes.
We heard you say that. How cool a customer do you believe he is on restarts like this?
He's the man. He's going to focus 100% forward, and he's been training for this day for his whole life.
All right, let's head up pit lane to Marty Snyder.
Let's chat with Taylor Kyle here, the strategist for Pato O'Ward, who sits there in second place. So he hasn't been very happy with the race car of late. How do you get him refocused here on what needs to happen to win this race?
Yeah, I think we're good. I think he was shocked a little bit by the pace of Ericsson there on that last stint. So, it is what it is. I think we've got a good car. Look, we're in with a shot. You're talking to me at the end of the race. That was the goal, right? So I think we're in a good place.
So, considering how everything has been, how do you feel like your driver will perform on a restart like this that could decide immortality in racing?
Well, he knows what's at stake. He knows what's at stake. He keeps talking about this being the big cookie, and it is. This is a race everybody wants to win. So I've got no doubts with Pato O'Ward behind the wheel that he's going to give it 110%. And not to mention his teammates only a couple behind, so we're in a good spot.
How are your nerves right now?
I'm fine. My job's done.
My job is done. It's all up to the driver now, Kev.
Marty, Tony Kanaan's got a lot of help on his pit stand. Chris Simmons, the engineers, won a couple of Indy 500s, 5 championships. And Doug Ducart, your driver, has nothing to lose. What do you expect here at the end?
Well, that's what he just said. He said, we're in third place. I have 2 cars to pass, and we've got nothing to lose. So he's done a great job today. The team's done a great job. We put ourselves in position at the end. Hate that caution came out. I think Marcus is in a good spot, but we're going to go see what we can do here. It's a brand new challenge, and Tony's ready, so it's been a good day.
First and second can go back and forth. Does he have to at least get a spot on the restart?
I think the restart's going to be the key, and he's just got to be ready and ready to pounce when he can.
Thank you, Doug.
So when race control says fire them up and let's get going, they will leave pit lane, circle around, and do the next time by. So they'll go one time over the yard of bricks. Next time by, they'll see green for a 2-lap shootout.
So check this out, guys. This is an Indy 500 first. I think we're going to try Tony Kanaan here. Hey, TK, it's Townsend up in the NBC booth. You got me?
Yeah, brother. What's up?
Crazy day. Red flag, 4 laps to go. You were the fastest car of the lead pack. How do you play this restart?
It's going to be all or nothing again. I've done it before, so I have nothing to lose. Not going for the championship. A second place today wouldn't do me any good, so they better be ready.
going after that second win. How tough is it out there on the restart in traffic?
It's tough, but I think I didn't want to be the leader of the restart. I'm exactly where I want to be.
All right, bud, we're going to be watching along with 325,000 of your closest friends.
Thanks, buddy.
TK is driving the #1 car. Maybe that's symbolic for the 47-year-old Brazilian who's been in this sport for 24 years.
And for the American Legion on Memorial Day weekend, what a story that would be.
The #1's got a good history here. If you remember, we earlier in the week discussed the winningest numbers, and #1 was in the top 3. He's third on the list. So TK may be inching up that number towards #2 on the list.
And if I'm Pato O'Ward, I'm thinking, is there any chance you guys could just throw that gurney flap on my rear wing? Can you add a little downforce? I might need it here as the track temp still holds at 119 degrees. This is going to be wild.
Here's Marty Snyder. Marty?
What a terrific day for Arrow McLaren SP. They sit 2nd and 4th right now. Billy Vincent, the strategist for Felix Rosenqvist. So how much of Felix's job on this restart is protecting his teammate, or how much of it is about winning the 500 for your race team?
Man, we got to win this race, right? But we got to be smart about it, right? So they're free to race, but they got to be smart about it. They know their teammates, but we want to come out of here 1-2 on this deal, and it's also a hell of a lot of points on the table today as well.
Have you reminded Felix of that, just considering what all is on the line with a double point stay here in the Indy 500?
Yeah, especially for Felix's championship run, how it's been going right now. There's a lot in our pocket right now if we can hang on to this, but winning this place is everything, so we're going to go for it.
Hey, Diff, I can tell you a lot of nerves down here on pit road. You know, Taylor Kyle was cool about it, said, no, I'm fine, but I'm telling you, these strategists are a little nervous about this final restart.
Marty, guess what you're about to hear? The cars fire up. The command will be given here shortly, and the crews will have to clear the cars, and we're getting ready for what will be a spectacular shootout. It is going to be amazing. So, who's going to do it? Anybody can win this. Anybody can win it in those top 5. Don't even discount Simon Pagenaud. This is going to be incredible.
One of the big challenges is going to be getting those Firestone tires clean and clear when they pull out. There's a lot of marbles on the racetrack. We saw that, Townsend, and they're only going to get 1 lap here to scrub them in, try to clean them up before they're going for broke.
It's an excellent point. You'll be on pins and needles literally as you get into turn 1 on the opening lap, as Ericsson must be so focused right now on perfectly timing this restart, trying to protect against O'Ward and Kanaan to get any kind of jump or a draft down the front straightaway.
The last 2 red flag situations we've had in IndyCar, Nashville and Detroit race 1 in 2019. Marcus Ericsson's 2 IndyCar wins have come after red flags.
By the way, that red flag just shy of 7 minutes. We had an exhilarating carb day with the pit stop competition. Now this is going to be a passing competition. Ed Carpenter's Alzamend Chevrolet appears to not have fired.
And this is a brutal blow at the end of a very tough day. They've fought hard to try to stay in the mix, and Ed Carpenter.
Ed, we'll get you fired up, and then we can rejoin in our position.
Okay, there's the starter. So he'll be at the tail end of the pack.
One of the concerns we heard Michael Guerra talking about was the electronics overheating. Sometimes that can happen. Luckily, that doesn't seem to be the case. That cost Will Power a win in Detroit 2 years ago.
Hey guys, one thing we haven't seen much of at all today is any sort of aggressive defensive driving. Sit up, buckle up, because this is going to be so fierce to defend or attack. You're going to see all kinds of action here.
In the top 6, there are 3 previous Indy 500 champions, 3 drivers going for their first, and there is the signal from the starter, 1 lap to go to settle this race.
Get 1 to go at the line. 1 to go at the line.
1 to go from right here. Get as much heat into those tires as you can. You have got Marcus Ericsson, the 31-year-old Swede, the former F1 driver, who leads the Mexican youngster Pato O'Ward. There's never been a Mexican winner of the Indy 500. And then you've got the unofficial mayor of Indianapolis, Tony Kanaan, in the American Legion Honda. Here is O'Ward with the Arrow on board. And then behind Kanaan, you've got Felix Rosenqvist, another Swedish driver, the 30-year-old. And they've got Kenny Brack here, the only Swede to ever win, could witness something special. And then the winner of the 100th running of the Indy 500, Alexander Rossi, right there in the pink and blue. Napa Auto Parts, Auto Nation, Honda for Andretti Autosport. Behind him, Connor Daly, and then Alex Palou. At home, make your picks.
You have the field.
The radio wizard's on you, Marcus. You've got the field in your hands. You get to go for it. This is going to be a 2-lap challenge like you have never seen. It's time to bring the action at the Indianapolis 500. Here we go. Who's going to do it? Great restart, Ericsson.
Phenomenal jump from the number 8. Look at him swerving, trying to break the track.
Rosenquist and Award on the inside.
Tony Kanaan is not going to let that happen. Kanaan to the high side on the dirty track. Kanaan hangs on.
And side-by-side action is what Marcus Ericsson wants to see, but Ponzo Award is now in lockstep. He's going to have a great draft down the back straight, but Marcus trying to break it.
They know that there is only 1 lap to go. When they come to the yard of bricks, they'll see the white flag.
It's a Swedish snake on the backstretch trying to break the draft. What does Ericsson do on the front stretch? Here comes Award with a run.
Neither of these two in the front have won the Indy 500. There is 2.5 miles to go. And Award is on the attack. Here comes Pato.
Inside.
Ericsson won't let it happen. Phenomenal driving from both men.
I don't know if Award's going to be able to gather it back up. That might have been his big chance. They exit 2 and go to the backstretch. Ericsson leads by 5 car lengths.
Ericsson has shaken off the challenge of the Arrow McLaren SP in really bold driving.
Crash in turn 2. Yellows out.
It'll finish under caution. It's Sage Karam. Marcus Ericsson with the spirit of Ronnie Peterson on board with his helmet. Joins Kenny Brack as the only other Swede.
Did it, buddy. You just won the Indy 500.
Marcus Ericsson wins the Indianapolis 500 in the most dramatic way.
You want to talk about mental fortitude. Think about what this driver just went through in the last 10 minutes. Leading easily, red flag comes out, has to restart.
Indy 500. You take a second parade lap and think about your family and everybody that got you to this point. You are an Indy 500 champion.
And for Chip Ganassi, the team owner there, Diff, probably a huge sigh of relief. I mean, he had so many shots to win. There's Chip right now. Strongest team all month.
Ericsson is one of the quiet guys of the paddock. He is a lovely human being, and we just saw a tiger that we have never seen.
That was some aggressive weaving.
You could tell that he's definitely been watching videos. I saw shades of Simon Pagenaud in 2019. An incredible run. Alexander Rossi pulling up alongside fellow Indy 500 champion, offering some congratulations. Such a cool moment for a driver. The coolest one you can have. Chip likes winners, guys.
He likes winners.
And he's got another one. He's got another one.
And he brought a race-winning team here with 5 different options. And it was this guy in the end. All the talk really was about Palou and Dixon.
Honorable mention to Alex Palou getting back up into the top 10 after those early woes. But this win actually puts Marcus Ericsson and this number 8 crew to the top of the points table from 8. Wow. A gain of 7 places. That double points for Indianapolis makes a huge difference.
Going to be Husky chocolates all around for these boys as they run down to meet their driver.
Think about this. A guy who helped Scott Dixon get to where he was, fellow Swede, former F1 and IndyCar driver Stefan Johansson, who manages Scott. National pride would be here now for Marcus Ericsson. Rob Kaufman and Chip Ganassi there. There's Alex, his trainer. Marcus Ericsson is going to get to drink the milk.
All through practice week, we saw the pace this car had. It looked so strong. I thought he was even going to be stronger than he was in qualifying, but doesn't matter. When it counted, he was there.
So he'll get ready to roll onto the ramp for the best elevator ride in the world. Victory lane here at Indianapolis.
It's been a long time coming. It's been 10 years since Chip Ganassi Racing won the Indy 500. It was Dario Franchitti, and Dario's here to see that. Chip wants to take a ride.
I promise you, Marcus Ericsson has never pushed a throttle pedal harder in his life than those last 2 laps. From the minute he accelerated off of 4, not an inch, not a millimeter of lift would have come through that throttle pedal as he kept it pinned.
And I'll bet Pato O'Ward was in second there thinking, how am I making 16 turns on 1 lap of Indianapolis, as he had to go left and right to just try to draft Ericsson.
That move that O'Ward put on him in turn 1, I thought O'Ward had it.
I thought
this man hung tough.
But by O'Ward maybe having a little bit of patience, he's second in the championship rather than in the wall on the last lap of the Indy 500.
Chip Ganassi likes winners, Marty Snyder. He's got another one.
Just an unbelievable finish here to the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500. Marcus Ericsson going to take the elevator lift all the way up here. Very under the radar. A lot of folks said Chip Ganassi Racing, but they weren't saying Marcus Ericsson as a potential winner, but he showed the speed he had at the end of that race. Once he gets up here, he'll get the symbols of victory here at Indianapolis, the winner's wreath from Borg Warner, made of 33 ivy orchids and 33 miniature flags as well. Of course, the milk, Marcus chose whole. Kind of joked that he wanted the wholest milk possible, and the winner's ring from Jostens as well. The princesses are here too. And it's amazing how your career can change in one race. Marcus Ericsson, when he climbs out of this car, will be an Indianapolis 500 winner. By the way, the race in Sweden being broadcast in prime time right now. I'm sure this is going to be quite a hit there, becoming the second Swede to win this race. Michael Guerra up here kind of breathing a sigh of relief after the crazy end to this one. You can also see Marcus in the car kind of taking a moment to soak all this in as he takes off his helmet. And Marcus Ericsson will climb out of the car as the winner of the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500. Marcus, go ahead and climb out. You're good. Go ahead and get out and enjoy this moment with your race team. Here he is, everyone. Marcus Ericsson. And here comes the milk. Why not a little cheers with the milk as well? And the winner's ring he'll get also from Jostens. They'll bring that in. And we'll get a word with him. Chip Ganassi just said, I cannot believe that just happened. After the day he went through, Alex Palou with the issue on pit road, Scott Dixon with a penalty as well. And there's the winner's ring. What a moment for the Swede. Let's get in here and get a word with him. Well, take one more picture, why not, with Firestone hat. How about that? How did you refocus after the red flag in that moment, because you were not happy that it came out?
I couldn't believe it. I felt, you know, you can never take anything for granted, and obviously there was still laps to go, and I was praying so hard it was not going to be another yellow, but I knew it was probably going to be one, and it was hard to sort of refocus, but I knew the car was amazing. The 8th crew and Chip Ganassi Racing, Honda has done such an amazing job, so I knew the Husky Chocolate car was fast enough, but it was still hard, you know. I had to do everything there in the end to keep them behind. But I can't believe it. I'm so happy.
Mike O'Gara told you on the radio, take a moment, soak it in, think about your family and everyone that got you here. Who did you think about when he said that?
Yeah, that's the thing. I got my family's here, my mom and dad and my brother and my girlfriend and Finn, who's been backing me all my career, and my manager, Eje and Alex. They're all here today, you know, and I won, so I can't believe it.
You came here from F1. You didn't like ovals when you first got here. You like them now?
Yeah, I love it.
Marcus Ericsson, winner of the Indianapolis 500 and all the emotion that comes along with it, Diff.
As we were saying before, he is one of the nice guys in the paddock, and there'll be a lot of people very happy for him. We have got plenty more to come from the 106th Indianapolis 500 that finished in the most dramatic way with a new winner. Marcus Ericsson is his name, of Sweden, and he displayed all the grit and determination necessary to drink the milk. Ericsson has won Indy. Let's take a quick look at the Children's Miracle Network moment of the race, because it finished in the most dramatic way and it caused Marcus Ericsson to be ultra defensive under the extreme attack of Pato O'Ward. Late race crash by Sage Karam, but at the front of the pack, Marcus Ericsson sustained and deflected all of that pressure to be only the second Swedish driver to win the greatest spectacle in racing. What a finish, Mike.
Certainly was, Diff. You think about sports in Sweden, you think of some greats like Ingemar Stenmark, the skier, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the great soccer player, Annika Sorenstam, the phenomenal women's golf player. But if there's one Swedish athlete you think of, it's Bjorn Borg. Now a Swede has the Borg Warner Trophy, and his face will be on it. Marcus Ericsson with that great, as the cars stopped for the red flag, they were right here in front of us on pit road. And I love the fact that you two, racing's been your whole life, you were like little kids with your phones out here. It was just such a buildup of the finish. What did you think of that last couple of laps?
Oh, this is why you have to watch the whole thing, because you just don't know how it's going to go with accidents and, you know, Dixon at the end. How heartbreaking is that to have a pit road penalty and be so fast all month, and that's just like today was everything that you always hope the Indy 500 can be. And Marcus Ericsson did such an incredible job. He was a tiger out there, man. He was swerving all over the place. Incredible driving under incredible pressure. That was a fantastic finish.
Yeah, I think the peak moment of intensity for me, and I'm still kind of coming down off of that high, was Ericsson and O'Ward side by side into turn one on the last lap. Who was going to give? That was just such an incredible moment, and Ericsson pulls it out. He earned the win today. When the fuel mileage went out the window with the early yellows, the pace picked up. The track was hot and slick and windy, very treacherous, and caught some guys out in turn two. It was a tough race, and a very hot race as well.
Yeah, it was. You got it. Those two moments take your breath away. It was right behind us, the Dixon pit, when he had to come back after the speeding down pit lane. That was heartbreaking. He led 95 of the 200 laps, and then that hold your breath moment over there in turn one as O'Ward and Ericsson slammed it in there. Ericsson holds him off and comes away with the victory in the 106th running of the Indianapolis 500. We have more to come. Golf is still ahead on NBC, but we'll be back at the Brickyard in a moment, and our coverage of Indy will continue on Peacock as well through the rest of the afternoon. Quite a day. Marcus Ericsson, winner of the 2022 Indy 500.
Reminding you that our coverage coming up on Peacock, lots of interviews, kissing the yard of bricks. All you need to do is go to the race stream. So our post-race coverage coming up on Peacock, everything you want to hear about this 106th running of the Indianapolis 500. For now, here's Kevin Lee. Kev?
Well, what a show Pato Award put on with Marcus Ericsson at the end. You've now finished 6th, 4th, and 2nd, and you almost had the lead on lap 199. Do you think that maybe you should have gone for it, or did you make the smart move?
Nah, he was going to put me in the wall if I would have gone for it. We were alongside each other. Man, I'm so proud of the team and proud of myself. We did everything to get it done, and even getting a massive run on him. We had no wicker, less downforce, and still not enough speed to get by him, even with a massive run. It's frustrating, it's bittersweet. Yeah, I'm so proud, but it definitely stings because, you know, I feel like the team and I did everything perfectly to get it done, and something that's out of our control was why we struggled in the end.
We just saw that moment with one of the team owners, Sam Schmidt. I know you'd love to give him a chance in victory lane again here.
Man, all these guys deserve it, and I feel like I drove a race to position us there. It's just bummer we didn't have more, but we have work to do, and we'll come back next year. We'll come back with a faster and better race car and go at it again.
All right. Thank you, Pato. Sam Schmidt, by the way, was a part of the ownership group for Dan Weldon's win over a decade ago.
And it stings now for Pato. It stings now. But when we get to Detroit, Belle Isle, next week, he's going to look at the standings and say, I was 6th, I'm now 2nd, and I'm only 13 points out of the lead. Yes, that's right, we'll be in Detroit's Belle Isle Park in Michigan next weekend for the continuation of the NTT IndyCar Series. Coming up next on NBC, as we told you before, it's the Senior PGA Championship. And remember, all of our post-race coverage, lots more interviews like that, and Marcus Ericsson and the Chip Ganassi gang kissing the bricks is coming up. On behalf of everybody, thanks for watching our coverage here on NBC. This is Lee Diffie saying, well done, Marcus Ericsson. Thanks for joining us live here on Peacock as we continue the debrief of the Indianapolis 500 on a pretty wild day that saw some terrific racing, some big crashes, and a first-time winner who's about to take his lap around the track. Chip Ganassi Racing's Marcus Ericsson is in the middle there somewhere. There he is. There's Indianapolis Motor Speedway public address announcer Dave Calabro, also one of the local NBC reporters. So Dave is in the car with Marcus and Chip and his girlfriend, and this is going to be pretty magical stuff. Something that he could have only dreamed of and never would have imagined to be Frank James when he was in Formula One.
No, absolutely, absolutely. On one of the biggest days in motorsports globally, such a cool thing to be able to accomplish. A lot of his former colleagues racing in Monaco this morning. NASCAR has a hallmark event coming up this evening, but this one right here, the biggest race in the world. And this is one of the coolest traditions for the winner, I think, Townsend. Getting in the pace car that is now his. He gets to take that home eventually and doing a lap around, seeing the stadium, all the fans that stuck around to salute the winner. Such a cool moment for this driver.
And I think it's fun to see the interaction between the winner and the fans, because the last 3 hours, those 200 laps, you're so in the zone. You just can't allow yourself to process the biggest audience in all of sports here until this moment. And boy, do they have something to cheer for. The way he defended with such vigilance and passion for this win, he really deserves it.
And just think, I mean, Chip Ganassi Racing had to show up with that many bullets in the gun, because Scott Dixon almost had a problem. Alex Palou was up there, had a problem. Tony Kanaan was up there with Marcus, but this team showed up in a huge way this month.
Yeah, one of the guys who was up there all day long was Scott Dixon. Let's hear from the driver of the PNC Bank Honda. Here he is.
Scott Dixon, for the second year in a row, maybe with the fastest car, but not going to win the race. Led 95 laps. How do you sum up the disappointment of today?
It's just heartbreaking, to be honest. I don't know, it must have been very close. I kind of came into the pit and had to lock the rears, and then kind of locked all 4, and I knew it was going to be close. I think it was like a mile an hour over or something. So just frustrating. The car was, you know, really good all day. We had really good speed. I think the team did an amazing job on strategy. I just messed up.
Thanks, Scott. He'll finish 21st officially today.
Oh, and that's going to take a long while to get over for Scott Dixon. He had put together such a great race.
Oh, you can hear the pain in his voice, especially knowing what a dominant car on board with Dixon. Listen here.
On that last downshift, Townsend, it just locked the rear tires, and that's what sort of set the whole thing off.
As he processes what just happened with his team and wife Emma. And that makes for really a sleepless Sunday night after such a strong day.
Can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Because from qualifying to that moment, he was pretty much perfect.
And the big difference from the last few races that he's had slipped through his fingers here at Indy. This wasn't anyone else's. It wasn't bad luck. You know, this was just, I don't even want to call it driver error. That sounds like an unkind way of putting it, but ultimately he's the one behind the wheel. He didn't get the car slowed down. There was nothing else to it.
Mike, that's a tough one to swallow.
If it was, I mentioned before you left there at NBC that Dixon pit box, the last one here, or the first one out back to the track, is right behind us, and I was just watching that play out all day. 95 laps led and all of that. And some of those shots did a great job by our team to capture that emotion that was going on right at that moment. You know, I'm not the insider here, you guys are. I'm the guest of the racing crew, but your average 234 miles an hour, you know, to qualify, all that, and as Scott says, like a mile or so over the limit coming down pit road, and that could very well be the difference of winning a second. As we talked about in the pre-race, something that may have put Scott Dixon in that stratosphere of IndyCar drivers. Again, third most wins in the series history, 51, only Andretti and Foyt with more. Mario, obviously the bad luck at Indy, won Indy 500, AJ with 4, but you mentioned the pre-race, like that's one of those things, like Peyton Manning winning his second Super Bowl. Yeah, you're great, but now you've won the biggest event multiple times. There's no fluke about it. It all adds to that pain of what we saw in those shots of that emotion.
I mean, like, we could tell you about the pain of having a pit road penalty and how I've always felt so bad, obviously, because that's your responsibility, and he totally owned that. And you know, especially with the Indy 500, you know how much goes into it with the team and Chip and the effort that goes in, and it's just so much goes into this one race. So of course you take that on, but of course, like, right there with it is the weight of not getting that win and knowing how close it was, and you don't know when you're going to get it back. You're not always guaranteed, because you're a good driver, that you'll have a chance to win here every time. So super heavy. I feel super bad for him, but obviously still a true champion, 6-time champion that is, and he'll think about it for a while.
Junior, before you weigh in on that, we saw Elio Castroneves, his drive for 5. He finished 7th in the race today, but back to Dixon.
Yeah, Dixon was, I think Dixon was thinking in his head about how the green flag stops were cycling, and he'd lost some track position on the cycles before and was pushing as hard as possible on that pit entrance to try to make up as much time as possible, have a perfect pit in and pit out. And you could see he was much too hot as he went for that last downshift. These cars don't have amazing brakes like the road course cars do, so you're using a lot of the engine decel on downshift to slow the car down, and it was too much and wheel hopped the car. And what I think makes Dixon great is how heartbreaking this is for him. After everything he's ever done, he could walk away from here and say, all right, I'll try again next year. But he wants this so bad, and I think that's why he's so good so late in his career. You wonder about guys' longevity. Some people fall off. Some guys can just keep going long late into their careers, and it's because he wants it so badly.
Yeah, well, looking at Castroneves there, I mean, he's another one of those guys. You mentioned it. I mean, he had an incredible day. He finished 7th, you know. He came from a long way, so these guys still know how to do it.
Kevin is down there. Kevin Lee, you down there with Elio taking a walk? Go ahead, man.
This is pretty cool. I'm walking right in front of him, and when he came out over to do the interview and start to walk over, the fans noticed him, and they've been giving him a nice applause as he walked through. You saw him chatting with his teammate Simon Pagenaud. They finished 7th and 8th in this race. Elio, my friend, I think you gave it all you could going from the back and getting up to 7th.
Yeah, we did. We definitely pushed everything we could at the limit. MSR Racing, so Meyer Shank Racing, Auto Nation, Sirius XM, Mark Wolf, they did a phenomenal job. Car was on rails, but did not have enough speed. We were lacking compared to Ganassi's and the guys up front. However, you know, this is a place that 3 hours, anything can happen. So we're able to stick our guns in some of the restarts. There was only one that we bobble a little bit. But in the end of the day, that's what we got. I wish I would have a little more. Obviously, every time I always wish a little more. The car was really, really good. Balance-wise, it just didn't have enough speed. But great job, Ericsson, Ganassi, well done. You guys came here this month with a 5 cars bullet, you know, and one ended up getting. So congratulations.
Hey, the great thing is the marketing materials are done. We'll see you next year for another drive for 5 for Elio Castroneves.
and that $1 million smile as well. 2 decades separating his 4 victories from his first in 01 to his 4th in 21, and hopefully see him back here in 2023. As mentioned, other finishers in that top 5, Award 2nd, Kanaan 3rd, Felix Rosenqvist 4th with Dylan Welch.
It's a career best 4th place finish today for Felix Rosenqvist at the Indianapolis 500. I want to start with not only today, but just this month for you. 2 top 10s and 2 really strong races. How big is that? How important is that to just kind of get this ship righted after a tough start to the year?
Yeah, it feels good, man. I'm so proud for our McLaren SP Views team. I mean, I feel like we just had confidence through these last couple of weeks, and even before that, to be honest, we've been strong all year, had good speed. I think today we had probably the pit stop out of anyone. I mean, we had one pit sequence. We came in 8th and came out in 4th, and I was like, man, that's the confidence we need. That's what we need for the rest of the season. Super proud of them. Obviously, when you lead a race, you want to win it. And then you want to get a top 3 if you can't win it. And I had a good battle with Tony in the last lap. We were side by side through the first 2 corners, and it was super tight, man. But yeah, good for him. Also for Marcus for winning his first 500. That's I know how much that means to him, and that's a huge achievement for his career. So really cool to see the Swedish flag up there.
The nerves on that last restart with 2 to go. You're within striking distance. I mean, what goes through a driver's head? What went through your head when you were lined up there and had a chance at your first one?
Man, I don't know. Like this whole month, I've been really calm, and I haven't really got nervous, and I think that's been good. But yeah, I mean, going into turn 1 that lap, it was like, man, I was like, I can come out of this corner in 1st or in maybe last. I was like, and I think everyone just went for it because it was like a 2-lap shootout, and yeah, I'm just happy that everyone kind of made it through, but it was tight, and just shows how good the drivers are as well. I mean, we can go through a corner like that. That's really impressive. I think everyone up there were deserving to win today, and I think pretty much everyone in the top 5 could have won that race.
Great day for Aero McLaren SP, and Felix Rosenqvist laid it all out there. He comes home in 4th.
Take a look at this restart here. Rosenqvist 4th in line. Kanaan's looking to make a move, but all of a sudden Rosenqvist just stuffs it in on Kanaan and then maybe looks at his teammate Award. Backs out, but Tony Kanaan, Mr. Muscles, flexing big time in the short chute on the outside. On board here with Rosenqvist.
Look at the rate of speed with which he caught up to Pato Award. The draft's so big, but just nowhere to go. Pato kept the door closed, and then TK with the clean air on that 2nd lane was able to just hang it out enough to keep the position.
And I can't help but think, watching Kanaan go to the high side and making it work on Rosenqvist, could have Award pulled off the win on Marcus Ericsson. Let's head back down to the pit box with Junior.
Yeah, we were looking on some comments from Award. I was wondering, like, when he goes to the outside and he's almost got a nose out in front, I'm thinking, who has the right of way here? Because, you know, both these guys probably can't go through this corner together, side by side, but who's going to lift? And Award lifts, Ericsson goes forward, and reading Award's comments later, he's like, I think I would have probably ended up in the wall if I'd have stayed out there. And it's more than likely the case.
Yeah, too wide here doesn't work really well. I mean, Dario and Sato did that a few years ago. It didn't go so well for Sato that time. Too wide's definitely dangerous at Indy. But yeah, wow, that was so exciting to watch and see all the chaos out there. That's true. It's a good question.
This was fun, as always. It's a blast to watch with you guys. The joy for me is to sit up here with two people who have made this, as I said, a career, and you are just as big of fans, and just an appreciation for being in the seat and for being in this place as well. And you said 325,000 fans, as Marcus Ericsson just made that lap around the 2.5-mile oval. A bunch of the fans are off to enjoy the rest of their afternoon, to get back home, enjoy their holiday weekend, but a lot stayed. One, because you're going to run into traffic, but two, to salute the winner. And we salute Diff and the guys up in the booth. Terrific call of the 500. Pleasure being with you guys. We continue to watch here the post-race coverage on Peacock.
It's been such an eventful month of May. So much to talk about on reflection. And here we go. We had our very own Dale Jarrett here with us, the man who created this.
You got to turn your hat around, bud. When he was reviewing video, he clearly didn't get all the way to the victory celebrations, or else he would have known to turn his hat around.
Someone will probably give him a second attempt here as Chip Ganassi joins him. Chip doesn't even know. He's been doing this long enough. Come on, Chip.
He knows better. He's won this thing 5 times.
Now the team get to get out there. Now he's turning it around. No, oh, come on, Marcus, you're almost there.
There we go.
Aero mode.
He was talking about how his family is here, his girlfriend, his brother. I've been commentating on this guy since he was in GP2 and then throughout his Formula One days. But to see him here and to see the happy space that he is in his life right now, and to be this a career high, this amazing accomplishment, really good stuff.
Yeah, he's been a happier guy, a different driver since joining this team back in 2020. Got his first career wins last year, 2 of them. Now three red flags in a row. Marcus Ericsson and the number 8 cars come out on top.
At this point, if you're some of the executives there, you're wondering how many more hats are there in the cycle.
When you've worked as hard as all of the crews, and you are the fortunate one to be able to be out there, this kind of washes away all the memories of those extra long hours, those extra hard days. It is all very much worth it. Here comes Jimmy Johnson to congratulate his teammate.
Or to apologize about that yellow.
Well, it's good to see that Jimmy's okay. By the way, before we hear from anybody else, I can tell you in regards to Sage Karam, according to Dr. Jeffrey Billows, Sage was evaluated and passed all the concussion protocols. He's experiencing some musculoskeletal soreness. He will be transported to Methodist Hospital for further evaluation. That was a pretty heavy hit late in the race. All right, let's hear from the boss. Here's Chip.
Yeah, let's chat with Chip Ganassi, and man, what the emotions of this day. But before we get to the entire day for you, how sweet is that kiss? Any better kiss in motorsports?
Sweeter every time, I'll tell you.
How about the young man who won this race for you? Maybe a little below the radar all weekend long or all month long, really, but he showed what he had at the end of it.
No question, no question. I mean, we got one team, everybody roots for everybody else, and everybody works together, everybody's open book. And I said this morning, I said, look, guys, everybody's cheering for everybody else here to win this thing, and As long as one of us won it, everybody's happy.
So talk about that as a team owner. How important is it to emphasize that after the trouble that happened with the 9 and the 10 today?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're going to have things happen, I mean, in these 500-mile races, and they're not always going to fall your way. So, you know, you got to have some bullets in your gun, and we were lucky this May to have good cars and good drivers, good partners, and it all works out when that happens.
What was the emotion of the day like for you? I mean, the 10 has their problems and the 9 has their problems, and you're sitting on the 9 timing stand. What was the day like?
I mean, it's obviously a great day. It's a great day for the team, and that's all that matters. You know, my emotions are one of, 200 people or something, so I don't, it's not important. You know, what's important is we came here in May to win the Indianapolis 500, and that's what we did.
And does it mean a lot when you see Jimmy coming out from the Care Center to immediately congratulate Marcus?
I mean, when everybody qualifies, everybody congratulates each other. When they win the races, they all congratulate each other. That's what a team's all about.
Team win for Chip Ganassi Racing. The boss going to go take a few more pictures. Now you got to go find his driver, and there he is with Jimmy Johnson. A big hug for them. What a emotional day for Chip Ganassi Racing, but they wind up in victory lane.
A lot to talk about, and from a team perspective, a lot to celebrate with this guy who calls Indy home and has done now for a number of years, and always returns back to Sweden in the off-season. All right, we've got a bunch of other drivers to hear from. Let's get things rolling.
So Tony Kanaan's 21st Indy 500 ends well, a podium finish for you, but it looked like there could have been just a little bit more there.
Yeah, I mean, could have, should have, would have, but if it wasn't for that red flag, I think we had a chance for second. Let's be realistic. I was not going to pass 2 cars in the last 4 laps, although I was the fastest car out there at the end. But, with that red flag, I'm like, hey, can pull a TK restart here. I even talked to the guys in the booth, but, yeah, it wasn't enough. But, we came here to win a race as a team, and we accomplished that today. And selfishly, I wanted it to win, but Chip asked us to win this race as a one team, and we did it. We're sitting up there in the podium with Marcus.
I wondered about you halfway through the race when you sort of opined that you didn't think you had the speed. Where did the speed come from later in the race, Tony?
I was just playing. I knew you guys were listening.
I should have not been listening?
I know you guys were listening, so I was playing, so I knew a lot of people were listening. When we were trying to go, we had it.
And so you have spoken this week about, I don't know if I want to talk about when I'll do my last 500. What do days like this make you feel about that?
I want to do one more. I mean, next year will be my 25th year in IndyCar. And right now I have no deal, but if I can make it happen, we will call it the last one. So hopefully we have a year to figure that out. If not, this place doesn't owe me anything. I mean, look at the fans during the red flag. I had still the biggest cheer that they wanted it to win, so I'll be extremely grateful, but we'll try.
He almost made it happen today. We'll look forward to seeing him next year.
5th place today for Alexander Rossi, and a nice finish back up near the front after a tough couple finishes the last couple years. So how would you evaluate your day today?
Yeah, I think we did the most that we could from 20th, and I think the team executed on an amazing level today. The stops were great. The strategy was fantastic. The car was good when we needed to, and it was just generally a very good day for the whole team. So I'm very proud of all the 27 Napa AutoNation and Andretti Honda guys. Very proud of Honda for getting another win, and congrats to Marcus. It's very special, the first one.
Yeah, you ran down here and congratulate. I mean, what is this moment like for him? I mean, how does it feel to check this off and win one of these?
Yeah, it's pretty cool for him, man. Like, it's painful to watch someone else do it, but no, honestly, I've known him for a long time over in Europe, and we were teammates for a while, and it's an amazing accomplishment. So he should certainly cherish it and enjoy everything that's to come.
Plus 15 today for Alexander Rossi. He'll wind up 5th.
Connor Daly finishes 6th with 7 laps led. Looked like it could have been a lot more today, though.
Man, it was just so fun. I love racing here against guys like Scott and Pato, and I mean, those guys are just good guys, and the team did a great job. Bitnile, Chevrolet, I mean, to have them up front again, leading laps here. Their first Indy 500 with Bitnile. I think we did all we could today. I mean, we stayed up front the whole day. We did what we needed to do. We were in position, I think, to take advantage of that top 3 maybe and at least have a shot at it. But, you know, the last pit stop cost us a little bit. But, I mean, you know what? This is racing. I mean, that happens all the time. So the guys gave me great stops all day, and I appreciate it. And it was just fun.
You talked about the knowledge you gained from running up front last year. How much of that was applied today? Did you feel like, okay, that's confirmation of a lot of things, let's do it again next year?
Completely different. It was much harder today. Yeah, I mean, the track surface, I think, this track surface is an animal. With the wind the way it was today, an entirely different balance in 1 and 2 compared to 3 and 4. And I mean, I could tell cars are moving all over the place. You know, even like when we got in line, it was actually hard to pass Dixon, and you're only 1 car back. It shouldn't be that hard, but and it was the same for Pato, and the same kind of for guys behind me. Not really, people couldn't really go many places, so it was wild. And you were working on the tools, and that's why I think we saw so many crashes today. 2 people are just on the edge, and that's what's wild about this series for sure.
And that's what I was going to ask you. With so many that didn't get it right, how many close calls did you have?
Oh, massively close calls. Even exiting the pits, turn 2, I was fully sideways after that last stop trying to make up time. And it just, you know, it is what it is. We went for it on the outside at the restart there to get Simon. And you know what? It just felt good. I thought we were racy today. And I'm just thankful to be here. I love this place, and I think we're getting closer and closer to having a shot at winning it.
On the razor's edge all day, but brought it home clean in the 20 car.
10th place finish today for Santino Ferrucci, and man, there was some spots where it looked like you were going to maybe be up there to contend, but you always seem to find a way at this place. How are you always up front and contending and battling these races for wins?
I mean, 4 top 10s in 4 races here is
not bad.
Yeah, I'm pretty stout with it. I mean, these guys deserve way better than that today. We ran in the top 5 most of today. We were fast. Hats off to all of Dreyer Reinbold on pit lane. I mean, oh my God, did this car go up and down faster than I've ever seen any other car go up and down. These guys worked so hard. I mean, just at the end of the second to last run and the last run, we just lost the balance of the car, and I was just chasing it in the tools. And by the time I finally got it back, it was too late, and I was already running 10th. And just hung on the last restart, man. And, you know, we brought home the Screaming Sicilian in the top 10. So I can't complain. You know, I'm pretty happy with the result.
I talked with Sage, your teammate, about this week, and just the challenge that this whole organization and team faces as a one-off. But he made the comment that it allows everybody to focus all their efforts onto this one race. Do you feel like that is the case, and that's what allows you guys, or allowed you both, to run well today?
Yeah, of course. You know, we're going to look back and see what happened and why we fell off, because definitely right at the start of this race, in the first 3 stints, we had the car to be right there to win. And there was no doubt about it in my mind. I was really confident in this thing. Like I said, we just fell off, whether it be a bad set of tires or the track just didn't go our way for setup and gearing. You know, we'll go back and look at it, come back stronger next year. But, damn, I'm hella proud of these boys. I mean, they did such a great job, and I thought we drove such a great race. And I'm just happy to be here. I have no other words for that, man. I can't thank all of our sponsors enough. You know, Screaming Sicilian, Barrett Jackson, Bommarito, Auto Group, Phoenix Investors. So, you know, Chevy, without all those guys, this wouldn't have been possible today.
Another great Indianapolis 500 for Santino. It's his 4th top 10 and 4 starts.
Simon Pagenaud's day ends with a top 10. Need to know about your day. I didn't watch your car all day. Was it as crazy out there as even some who lost their cars into the wall?
I mean, we were solid. We had a great day, very steady. We climbed our way up to 6 at the end, and unfortunately, I didn't have a good restart on the last one. So it's on me, but we finished 7 and 8 for the team, and I'm super proud of these guys. I mean, 7 and 8, 2 cars, first time 2 cars here, second time, sorry, but it's first time for me here with Mike Shank Racing. I thought it was a tremendous showing. I'm so proud of everybody, and Mike Shank did a great strategy. We climbed all the way back from 16th at the start, so you know, when you're in India and you get to race this place, it's, especially with the fans, it's just, you feel so grateful, and especially when you have one of those, you can only be grateful at the end. And congrats to Honda, of course, and Marcus Ericsson and Ganassi for a great job they did.
I know the team appreciated you and what you brought to them this year, especially this place where you've been so good. Tell us about that sharing back and forth, because obviously Meyer Shank learned some things last year as well.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic team. They have such a desire to win, and such no ego, zero ego. So you could be very responsive in what we need and what we need to address. And Mike is just on it every day. So you know, it's really enjoyable to be part of that and help the team grow. It's obviously growing really fast, because when you have 2 cars running 7 and 8 in Indianapolis, it's very special.
See you next week.
Thank you, guys.
The whole weekend, the whole month was special, wasn't it? Mainly because the fans were allowed to be back in force. It was special for Chip Ganassi Racing. He had the power of 5. Unfortunately, 3 of his guys suffered some pretty severe adversity, but none worse than Jimmy Johnson with this huge crash. Here's the onboard view. Have a look, listen.
You heard that desperate stab of throttle as Jimmy got sideways to backwards, trying to do anything in his bag of tricks to keep it off the wall, and massive front end impact there.
So we saw Jimmy out on the front straight congratulating Marcus Ericsson and Chip Ganassi. This is what he had to say when he came out of the infield care center.
Jimmy Johnson, an unfortunate ending to what I think was a really impressive month on a lot of fronts. What happened out there with just a few laps to go?
It just spun around. I was really surprised that it turned around in that early. I don't know the situation, bad situation I put myself in, but it came around so quick. So I hate to do that. I hate to do that late in the race. Very treacherous environment out there. Learned a lot. Track position was the name of the game, and we just never had it all day long, and sadly crashed here at the end.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Well, for Alex Palou, the day started so strong. Front row, led 47 laps. Take us through the remainder of it.
I had lots of fun during this race. Obviously, there was one point where my heart broke in pieces, but we continued going, and we had a good result at the end of the day. So I'm super proud about the Chip Ganassi Racing team. Super proud and happy for Marcus, and we just hadn't had the luck we needed today. So we had a really strong car. We were extracting everything from it, playing a little bit with Dixon at the beginning, and then at the end I couldn't have done anything different with that yellow. So wrong place, wrong time, but yeah, we'll come back again next year.
Please describe for me how you went from 32nd to 9th on the final couple of laps.
It was not easy. It was super hard. Had to work a lot, but I mean, we had the car to win the race. So when you go at the back, it's easier. So anyway, yeah, it was hard work. Super proud. It was the most moves I made in an oval race. So I'm happy. I'm getting there.
I know the trophy is not yours today, but from the start, from qualifying, 5 in the top 12. To ending up in victory lane as an organization, what does that say to you about Chip Ganassi Racing?
Oh, impressive. Really impressive. Not only the mechanics and the engineers that they work every day on the car, but everybody back at the shop, everybody pulling for us. So I think it's a tremendous what they did.
We're talking about the reigning champion, Alex Palou.
And maybe, just maybe, at the end of the season, if he defends his title, Alex Palou will look back to today, 27th to 9th. Those points keep him in the top 3 in the championship, just 14 behind his teammate Marcus Ericsson, who rockets to the top to lead the way over Pato O'Ward. And look at that. In one of Sweden's largest news outlets, Marcus Ericsson has made the front page. Awesome. Hinch, final thoughts. What a day. What a day for a guy that everybody likes.
Couldn't be happier for this guy. I was teammates with him his rookie season in IndyCar, and just watching how he's grown as a driver and as a person, incredible to see how well he's adapted to this series, and just so excited after such a thrilling race and a thrilling end to the Indy 500.
T-Bell?
When there's chaos, there's Ericsson. That's what I've learned. Whether it's red flags, drama on the racetrack, I mean, this guy had it all in the bag until a red flag. He had to stay so mentally tough, but in the end, it was fierce determination on defense that led to the biggest prize.
And we'll take a brief break and a catch our breath, so to speak, because we're racing again next weekend on the streets of Belle Isle, Detroit. It's going to be a massive doubleheader weekend of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and the NTT IndyCar Series. But for now, we say farewell and congratulations, Marcus Ericsson.